You got a what? Ooh, neat.
Boba Fett.
That wasn't Boba Fett, that was me.
Oh, that was you.
This is Boba Fett.
Ah. Oh, yeah? Yeah.
There you go, there's you.
Ah.
There's Sabina in.
Cat dance.
Hello?
Hello?
Cat dance. Hello.
Alright, Jess will probably be a couple minutes late, and I have to step away for like 2 minutes because apparently our dog pissed on the floor.
Oh, that's alright.
And I stepped in it, so.
Well,
Oh no!
the internet now knows, by the way.
Wonderful.
Well, that's what happens when you have a almost 13-year-old dog
Yeah.
that's in the process of dying. He
Yeah,
just
that's true.
pisses wherever he wants now.
Oh,
That happens.
Have a
old dog.
Yeah.
Wait, am I hearing myself right now? No.
I did hear it.
I'm hearing
I did
hear
someone's,
the echo.
I started hosting the stream and it had default the volume
Okay.
on.
oh, it's fine. A trick for you, like if you don't want to hear the audio from the stream, is to mute the tab individually.
Yes. That's what I do.
I do it too, and it still counts like as a view, too. It's kind of cool.
It does.
That's how I like. That's how I sit in like 5 different streams at one time. If I'm watching TV shows. Alright, gotta get shit set up. There's no music going at all.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay, sign in. Casey's not having a good time.
Aw.
How's she doing?
Yeah, very pregnant.
Well, that happens, so...
Yeah. That'll do it.
That'll do it, donkey. That'll do it.
That'll do.
Everyone's pictures are all fucked up. How much fucked up is fucked up?
Very
Good
fucked up.
question. All these are all good questions. Fantastic questions. I love that we can ask questions like that.
I'm just trying to make sure that they're...
It's how you be a politician, right?
How much fucked up is fucked up? That's fucked up. Let's see. Did I get any new... Nope, just the fucking crit emoji. Yeah. Nothing new added yet today. I got 2 new like emojis like added on Twitch immediately, and then I tried to go for a third and tried to be like, you know, yeah, let's do it. No. It was like, no, the last one looks like Boba Fett. I'm like, yeah, so
Like you can't. You want no.
But the second one looked like Sabine Wren.
This is a recording of Casey's uncle from great uncle from World War II. Brought to you by Pepsi Cola.
Pepushi.
That's what it says right here.
Pepushi,
It's
I
like
see.
the voice of your man in service, courtesies of Pepsi Cola.
Courtesies of Pepsi Cola.
That's just. Pepsi's like, all right, what else can we put our what can we put our brand on? The voices of the dead.
Did he die in World War II? Did you hear me?
Yeah, we have his flag and everything above my.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering,
Shout
because
out.
mostly they don't.
Yeah.
They don't do that type of stuff
No.
normally.
No, exactly. No, he died. Right there.
That's what it's doing.
Up. It's haunted.
Someone's gonna
It's
have a
haunted.
seizure.
Yeah.
100%. It's haunted.
Ghosts. Not
Oh no. It's haunted.
The worst part about our dog is he can't control his stuff anymore, so he just leaves little tiny pee puddles.
Oh no.
And then he woke me up at 6 o'clock this morning. I went to let him out and stepped in a puddle of pee. Let him out. He was outside for like 10-15 minutes, and he struggles to poop, so he's out there forever. As soon as he comes back in, he walks in the door, 3 feet, squats down, and actually just starts shitting on the floor.
Oof.
Like, no, go back outside. Like, why did you come back in if you weren't ready?
But it's more
Oh,
comfortable
yeah, no
inside. It's hot as
idea.
fuck outside.
Exactly.
It's hot as fuck. Would you like to shit in hot as fuck weather? Nah, let's go shit inside, where it's nice and air conditioned.
I didn't
But it's
mind
like
it.
his fault he has to shit for like 5 hours out there. Like, just figure it out.
Plus, I've shit in a porta potty that's been 130. It wasn't that bad. You just gotta have the door open. You just gotta have people bring you water. People look at you awfully funny though when you're in the motor pool and they walk by and the toilet's wide open and you're sitting there taking a shit.
You're not wrong.
I just politely asked them, hey, do you mind not staring? Want to bring me a bottle of water?
Yeah, it's hot as
in
fuck,
here.
man. It's hot. Alright, let's get stuff. Shelled out. We are fit now, yeah. Oh wait, no, that is not the right.
Whenever my dog finally decides that he's done pooping and comes back in, I'll have to go off for like a second. Just to
You're
close the
good.
door.
We're not starting quite yet, so
I have no idea how long this is gonna take him.
that's fine. We're gonna be right here for a little bit, because I'm running slow today.
So, how is everyone today?
Pretty good so far, despite my dog making my life hell.
I guess this just comes with the territory of old dogs, sadly.
I just replaced my water heater. That was very fun. It was 38 years old.
That's
That's pretty good for a water heater.
yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say mine is like
Maybe.
8 years old, and they're like telling me like, oh, it's too old. I'm like, it's holding water and it's heating hot water up, so, and it's not exploding yet. So
We're having
Our
a,
other
we're
house.
having an electrician come over next week to check out, because our house is like 50 years old, and
Right.
so we're just having them like look at everything. Our HVAC system is like ancient. There's no colored wires. It's all black wires.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, you're like, okay, where's the ground? Let's cut them all open and find out. Like, whose fucking idea was this? But yeah, no, really fun. So we're having him come out, do a once over on the entire house, finding out how much damage that's gonna be, and then maybe gonna get some of them subsidies so that we can get free what is it, solar. That'd be cool.
Nice.
I would love to get free solar in my house. The fucking air conditioning.
California has 2 different ways to get free solar. So
I bet you Illinois, because Illinois is sometimes as progressive, probably does have some of that stuff.
Definitely, like, look into the legal histories of the state you're living in before doing it, because the local electrical company might try to sue you.
Why do I have a rowboat as an option for player characters under my name?
Because everyone does.
It's the only way. We are all getting our
Hey!
very own
yeah,
rowboat.
rowboat.
No,
Fuck.
the robo belongs to everyone.
Fuck being a barbarian, I want to be a rowboat. Use paddle.
You can swim 3 miles an hour. That'd be great.
That'll be amazing.
I hit shit with my paddle.
That's a paddle.
I forgot I got the drunken amulet.
Yes, you do. I forgot about that too.
You
I forgot
heal
about
by
that.
drinking alcohol.
Too bad it's cursed, and if you use it to heal, you automatically become shit-faced.
That's alright.
You're like, oh, I feel so much better.
I'll just have regular attack rolls while enraged.
Only while you're enraged, though.
Yeah. It's funny because in the campaign that I'm running, one of our paladin is a drunk.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's a new player too, so he found out the consequences of being drunk before going on a mission.
Just don't do it.
Luckily, he rolled enough that by the time he got to the actual mission, he was semi-sober again.
Just hungover now.
Yeah. But it's funny because he gets drunk every day in the tavern, and then tries to play his bagpipes, and then it results in a battle between the bard and the and the drunk paladin of who can perform better. And our bard doesn't have very good rolls. He has like +8 to performance and still somehow rolls a 12 every time.
Yeah, but just rolls like 2s and 3s. Oh god.
Alright.
Okay, roll with advantage. That is a 1 and a 4.
Like, how many doors did he try to knock down that quest, and he failed at like every single one of them?
Our bard talked our paladin into trying to kick down open doors instead of just opening them because he was drunk.
Oh my.
Well, he was buzzed. He wasn't drunk, so he didn't even have
There
disadvantage.
were so many doors, and not
And
a
he
single
couldn't-
one of them.
As a paladin with like a +6 strength or +5 strength, he couldn't kick down a door. That required a DC 10. He failed every one of them.
That is sad.
It was
Like,
so
I have
funny.
geared my entire character towards breaking doors, and I fail to do so at every turn.
I just want to be Doctor Doom. Doom doesn't use doors like a peasant.
So,
Oh,
it's
that's
so
funny.
comical.
Spider-Man opens the door and he's like, Doom, you could have just used this door. And he's like a peasant, and then he blows up the wall.
Only a peasant and a coward would use a door.
Doom is neither. Doom is my favorite villain because he's barely a villain.
Right?
Yeah, because he's trying to also...
He's like 90% ego, let's be honest.
Yeah, yes, and he's 90% ego, 9% fuck Reed Richards, 1% I'm Valeria Richards' godfather, and
Yeah.
I will protect her.
Let's do this. Audio volume levels.
Oh,
is-
goodness.
The people of Latveria love Doom.
Don't they, like, in-universe hate Doom because of a deal that Doom made with Mephisto, where he goes to hell once a year to fight Mephisto for his mother's soul, and every time Doom loses, which is every time, the
Yeah.
people of Latveria hate him just a little bit more. That's real! That is canon to the comics! That's a real thing!
Yes, but he also sort of runs a utopia. Like
Kind
Latveria is a good place to live.
It depends
Not a
on
bad
who's
place.
writing. It depends on who's
Yes.
writing for
Yes,
Doom.
it does.
Okay.
There is no canon in comic books.
Yeah,
Canon does not exist.
there's no reliable
Cannon, like cannon fodder?
Latveria.
Yes.
The only
it.
times Latveria is not a shithole run by a tyrannical tyrant is when they're trying to make Doom look like a good guy. And those are the only times it's not a shithole.
Yeah. Like,
All right.
if you were that powerful, you know.
Yeah.
So, are we ready?
Adventure?
Maybe?
I was born ready.
Maybe adventure.
Possibly.
It's
Maybe adventure.
we're on the fence. We don't really know if we're actually adventuring or not. So, don't worry about it too much because I mean, you guys could just stay here and like
We're
get
on a
drunk and
boat. We could start a franchise
Fuck
where
yeah!
we sell action figures and do dramatic retellings of our adventures, a la the Fire Nation players from Avatar: The Last Airbender.
sounds perfect. Sounds perfect.
Are we adding that to our mail delivery business that we already currently have ongoing?
Kinda, yeah. We could. We got merchandising. We make T-shirts, lawnmowers. The kids will love the branded flamethrower. The whole shebang.
All right. To recap what you guys did last session and before that, after not completely clearing the town of Tynaham of undead and running away. Wait, no, you guys didn't actually run away. Sorry.
We got bored and left.
Yeah, there was a lot of undead, and you guys kind of decided that you guys have explored a lot. Angar returned, full of rage, and he went into fits of rage against. Wait, no, wrong class. Damn it.
He returned full of panic and
Panic and
lot.
fear.
Fear and panic.
Trauma.
Yeah. So, anyways, Angar returned. You guys fought another set of undead, and decided that after all of that was going on, you guys said it was enough and time to leave and go back to town. And also try to get Sal back to safety.
Mm-hmm. So he would not get one shot by snakes again.
Yeah. So once you guys got back to town, you guys were kind of not quickly brought back into the chasm, but you guys were shown the chasm and where everyone is, who's usually Wolfine is living right now, trying to live in secrecy, but still has full reign of all the towns and everything. But yet there's a lot of different people all together who live in the chasm here. And you found out that the Farnfoss Chasm, even though connected by building it is more like walking through a portal into another area where the Farnfoss Chasm town is. After that, you found out that there had been signs of people coming in to try to figure out where the Farnfoss Cavern was, kind of exploring Underdark, sent by the Empire, and had been asked to go explore Underdark, or rather the Underchasm was what they call it. It's a lot of the same, so we don't have to worry about that too much. If you want to call it Underdark, you can call it Underdark. If you want to call it the Underchasm, that's good too. So, after the time there, you guys were told to get to there is a river and a raft that you guys can take into the Underchasm, and it would eventually lead you to a place where you can kind of explore and get a little bit deeper into the Underchasm. And that's where we're at.
Because we think that there are spies in the Underchasm. Was that it?
Yes, and
Okay.
yeah, I think I said that right.
Yeah, last time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah,
Or they suspect they're spies in the Undergasm.
they believe that there are
Yeah,
people
yeah.
trying to look and try to find ways into Farnfoss from the Underchasm, or Farnfoss Chasm into the Underchasm.
Yeah.
Farnfoss itself is not really connected physically to the Underchasm.
Got it.
So, here we are. You guys were getting ready to head out. I don't know what you guys were wanting to do. Corey is drawing a fancy man in a top hat, looks like.
Yes.
Maybe. Not great.
He's got a monocle.
One side of his mustache. Okay, there we go. Very filled out now.
No, now it's... Okay.
How could you?
He's got a buckle on his hat now.
It's a pilgrim.
All right.
You guys are taking the boat to
Yes,
Plymouth Rock.
I forget. I think last session we discussed something. We were gonna do something with the sending stones, but I don't remember what that was. You guys? I think somebody was gonna take a sending stone, and Ash didn't need one because she has her book of names.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Angar didn't need one because he has his.
Don't need one.
However, it might be.
I guess Draco gets one and Gorthon gets one. Because we're not fancy enough.
And if anything happens to Eek, he's fucked.
Eek's always
Eek
with
shouldn't be
Gorthon.
leaving Gorthon's side, so
Should,
if anything happens
but
to
you're not
Eek,
accounting for
something will
traps.
happen to- if something happens to Eek, something will happen to Gorthon. So
Oh, that's what I forgot to do. Anyways,
There's just one boat, right?
yeah, just one boat for everyone. It's paused, so you guys can't quite move it. I don't know if you guys had bought torches or anything, because I think you guys had mentioned wanting to buy torches.
we should all.
I have-
think we
I have
all
10 torches.
in
Okay.
our various packs.
All right.
Yeah.
It's actually a good question.
A couple of jugs of oil.
Okay, I do have
because feel
torches.
like blowing something up or lighting something on fire.
Okay. So, are you guys ready to venture forth into?
Adventure!
Yes.
All right.
Let's
As
do
you
this.
guys,
Always ready.
as you
Are
guys,
we rowing against the current?
no, you're. There's not much of a current, but you guys are going with the current. It kind of originates here via underground lake over up the north.
Okay.
Well,
Somewhere.
I actually know where it comes from, but it goes southwest, or yeah, southwest here.
It's southwest.
We have 2 strong boys. I think we can. Even if we were going against the current, I think we'd be all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
We rowed the boat.
Wait, no. That's...
Very Tetris, very Tetris-like boat movement. Our boat is now in reverse. We are now reversing down the stream.
Alright.
Beep! Beep!
I will be your coxswain. Row.
Alright, as you guys get... Let's see here. Let's make sure this is the right one. Activate.
We didn't quite figure out the turning portion. You know, boats aren't our friends. We didn't figure out how to fly the first one. We can't figure out how to turn the second one.
I
So
feel like
as
we're
you-
decidedly bad at adventuring.
Probably.
As you guys
But we're doing it anyway.
get down the river, you guys see that the it starts getting faster
Ready?
and faster
Luminescent mushrooms.
current, and the cavern opens up much bigger, to the point where it almost looks like it's underground, like a whole biosphere underneath the ground. There is light emanating from mushrooms in front of you as you go down the the rapids here, and you guys have kind of put 2 and 2 together that the rapids are getting a little bit too quick for the boat to handle, and it's probably best for you guys to find a spot to kind of park said boat for the time being.
I assume the boat is in the dark center part.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that you guys actually have you guys have torches lit, so because otherwise you can't.
We would have lit a torch.
Draco, I'm gonna say that you have the torch here. You two. Light.
Give me light. I don't have dark vision, Daddy. I can't see.
80
I have
feet,
the darkened visions.
Yeah, I have dark vision.
Want to buy goggles of the night, please?
As does my little goblin boy.
My boy.
My son. My child.
Looks just like you.
Yes. We have the same skin tone. Kind of. Mine's a little darker, but... Shut up.
Has your teeth.
Well,
Oh, dip.
he has spiky teeth.
There we go.
He has the height of his.
Close enough.
He has his mother's height.
So everyone else doesn't. Everyone else has dark vision, right?
Yeah.
So I think I'm the only one that does it.
Yeah. So you guys have a torch lit. You guys can kind of see the cavern as you guys come down.
Hey there, buddy.
Right, I've been looking at that thing this whole time.
So,
He's a friend.
It's friend-shaped.
It's friendship.
it's
I don't think
friendship.
it is.
So, where would you guys like to park said boat? And you
The
can kind
north
of
side, I
notice
guess.
the north side.
Yeah,
Yeah.
since it's already faced that direction.
Well, the boat
Yeah.
doesn't change directions. It's something that I made, so it's kind of like. So we'll say like right here. Look good.
Yeah. Good idea.
Looks great.
All right. So as you guys get
can
down
I-
there, go ahead.
Can I look around the shore a little bit and see if, like, ground is wet, like, higher up where we're docking it?
Yeah.
I
go.
don't want... Yeah, I don't want... If there's, like, changing levels in the river, I don't want it to
Go to-
pull
no.
the...
Yeah, go to make
I
a
am
survival
under the
check.
rowboat. I cannot select myself or eek. There we go.
13.
You said 13? Yeah, I would say that you've noticed that it doesn't seem like the water level here rises or is tide controlled at all.
Okay.
It might, like, if there was like a heavy rainstorm above somewhere, or if there was a lot of areas where the water would pass through a lot quicker, possibly, and it wouldn't. You could probably put the boat higher and not maybe hide it, and that's kind of something that you would think of, like hiding would probably be better. That way, someone you don't want using it can't use it.
I will be doing that at the same time, yeah.
Okay. So
You could ask your 2 muscle boys to do it for you.
No, I'm asking you. You guys, please just pull it up onto the shore, and then I'll cover it up and make sure that that it looks like another rock.
All right. Any athletics checks or things you want done?
no, the boat's pretty light. It's a rowboat, so you guys could probably just flip it over your head, with the help of everyone, or just excuse me, with the help of even just you two could probably do it fine.
Period.
Alright, let's move the boat.
Yeah, let's hide it behind this mushroom. Eh. Is that
We
good?
hide it under the mushroom,
That's a good question.
or is the mushroom not tall enough?
I'm 100% taking some of that mushroom.
Okay. I'm gonna put it here just to kind of like
Fair enough.
Because I don't think you guys can actually like put it there. Because I think I put an invisible wall there. No, I did
Yeah,
not.
you
Actually.
definitely put an invisible wall up. I can't go anywhere.
Oh yeah, you're stuck at the river there, so you're good there. But however, there is you said you're gonna take some of the mushroom, like the big mushrooms. You see that there's multiple different types of mushrooms growing in that patch. They are like one of them looks like just a giant fly amaranth.
Ow.
And you're like, what the fuck is this shit? This is almost akin to some of the stuff that you experienced in the Feywild.
That's what it looks like.
So it would be very akin to kind of the stuff that might make you feel a little bit queasy about everything else.
Okay. At least I know what I can use this for, just not on myself. Oh god damn it. Leave one place just to come right fucking back to it. Okay.
Alright. Let's see.
Collided with the wall.
No.
I'm trying to make some walls real quick. Give me 1 minute. Give you guys a little more control of the characters.
Sure you want to do that? We tend to run off unsupervised. And
This is why I'm making said walls. This is why there's walls. That's
You can't just go for it like free swimming through the water. And the friend shape has been hidden from us.
so it'll come back real quick. Pause the game. Make walls. This is one that I prepared like right before I got COVID, so I was like, oh, I'm feeling a little bit meh. Let's see here. We want invisible
What do
walls.
flumps speak? Shit.
Telepathically.
Yeah, right?
I think
Just
so.
super skittish.
But do you guys know that? Do your characters know that?
Great question. So no idea.
That's the
Maybe.
question. There's a good chance that Gorthon has never seen a flump.
Or
his
probably ever
entire
heard
life.
of one.
I know nothing, Jon Snow.
I could roll for it.
I'm going to roll for it when we get there.
I will
I'm
wait.
leaving my do I know what flumps are? Fucking maybe. I
don't know. Freaking fantasy worlds are weird.
fantasy worlds are weird.
There's that. Cool, there's that.
Maybe flumps have a thriving economy somewhere. I don't know.
A whole flump society.
Society of flumps. They're very. They get a very strong trade relationships.
Very business minded.
Yeah.
Extremely frugal.
Yep.
They're actually more akin to the Ferengi in this world.
Yes, that is what I was gunning for.
The flumps rules of acquisition.
Yes, I love it. Except the thing they're trying to acquire is good vibes.
My vibes.
Make walls.
Because
Make
vibes,
walls,
man.
not war. Anyways,
Make profit, not war.
make walls, not war.
Fair enough.
Alright. So, game is unpaused. As you guys arrive further, you guys can kind of see that there's little parts of the river that are easier for you to cross than others. I'm still gonna want to have you guys make athletics checks while crossing rivers. You guys do have the freedom of movement to cross the river, but just in case you guys either get swept off your feet or because you can see that the water now is moving pretty fast here as it kind of gets a little bit shallower.
So it may be fordable, but it is fast moving like rapids.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Fear, you coming?
Yeah, sorry, give me a sec.
No worries. Unga, you said something about weird lights before? Were there weird lights like this in the place you were?
Yes, it was very similar, eerily similar to this place.
Was it underground?
It was not. It was not. Well, the Feywild does have underground places, yes, and there are places like this. Don't eat that mushroom. I know that it looks like it is edible, but it will not make you. Oh, well, it might make you feel very good, but then you won't feel good afterwards.
Oh my. Alright,
If you throw up, that's how you know it's working, but if you throw up, then it really starts working.
so drug trip mushrooms, good to know.
Yes, that is exactly what those are. Please do not eat them. Have to be specially prepared.
They're reserved for a quiet afternoon where you have nothing to do.
I said if you cut into them wrong, they will poison you. Please please stay away from them.
Fair enough.
okay. Like I said, if you guys are trying to ford the river, I want you guys to make athletics checks to be able to ford the river. There is areas underneath the mushrooms that you guys can walk under. There is multiple spots where you can kind of see where you would be able to ford the river.
I think I'm on the wrong side of an invisible wall here.
Oh, I can fix that.
Do we want to continue down this side of the river? Do we want to cross? There seems to be some rocks here that we could use as a bridge to get about halfway.
I don't see why not.
Be careful, there might be lichen or moss or something growing on these. Very, very slippery.
Alright. Eek, climb on my back. I will carry you across. Were you just a little guy?
And Draco will go to the end of the rock.
Okay. So yeah, you're able to get there, and you can kind of see that the ground underneath in the water, especially with the torchlight above you, is pretty clear. Like almost all the water is see-through. You can see all the way down to the ground. It looks a little bit like far off, but not completely. Just because of the kind of refraction from the water, it looks a little bit awkward if you were to step down from the rock. But you can see that it's close enough that you would be able to step down. If you want to take your first step, go ahead and roll an athletics check, please. Yeah, you're able to... Easy. Like, you feel like none of the weight of the water kind of pushing against your ankles as you step down. And it... For you, like right now, it feels super easy to the point where like you don't know if it's going to be anything else other than, you know, just calm waters at this point.
Alright, I'm gonna look back and say, it's not that bad, come in! And then I'll, do I have to roll another one to make the next step over?
I would say once you cross just the first step in the water there.
Okay, so I'm able to get over here just fine.
So, Eek is riding Gorthon's back like a little backpack, and he's gonna follow suit.
Okay.
17, not my best roll.
Yeah, but you're still able to successfully like get into the water and ford it. It is fast moving water, but it's pretty shallow there, so you're not going to be passing. It doesn't feel like it's going to knock you off from your footing, at least on the easier places.
Right.
I will try to jump from one side to the other. I'm not going to take my chances with the running water.
Fair enough.
I will acrobatics this motherfucker.
Okay, go ahead and.
Are you gonna do a flip?
I might. Who knows? 14.
You are able to successfully jump the 10 feet or so to get across without getting wet, like some weird cat who doesn't like to get wet. Water!
Imagine like midair, you're going like this with your arms and legs.
With my one good arm. Only one of my arms can swim.
Alright. And now Fear. So, you guys get on the island there, and you guys can kind of see that this is a pretty shallow island. Fear is no problem at all. Like, I don't know what you were, like, freaking out about. This is normal. Is this, like, your normal adventures? Is this kind of, like, how it normally is for you guys?
Like, this is easy. Being an adventure? Huh.
Told you it wasn't that bad.
Gorthon will ford this time first to gauge how terrible it is.
Here, I'll move you guys to the spot where...
I guess conceivably Gorthon is more than strong enough that he could probably just jump. Because it's like 5 feet?
Oh, yeah.
And jumping is like...
Jumping is your strength score.
Yeah.
Strength, like 10 feet plus something strength. Yeah. Gorthon's gonna walk through it to prove a point. 21.
Yeah. Again, easily successfully ford the river there. No, I moved you to the spot where you'd be able to actually cross there. There you go.
I was like, why did I move so far away from everybody?
Because you could see kind of, like I said, the water's pretty clear. You can kind of see and make sure that you guys can kind of get around there. Draco is like, takes one step in the water and like, no, nothing. Angar, same thing. You
a fucking gainer.
Oh, you did an
Parkour.
You did a
Arcana.
Did I do
check.
Arcana? Oh,
Yeah.
Fuck. Sorry, acrobatics.
Reroll.
Oh, Fear gets across so easy.
Oh, it's almost a 4.
You guys,
18. Still, I just flip. Just fucking parkour.
Parkour!
you guys are able to successfully ford the river and get across to kind of see that, again, there's another forest of mushrooms over here that, again, seems to be glowing and has some bioluminescence about it.
Go check them out.
Do we see the flump?
Yes.
I'm double checking.
Perception check.
Yeah, go ahead and make a
I
perception
mean, I can definitely see that thing.
I would say that you guys can see it,
Seen.
because they're not like they're not invisible or anything.
11.
I'm now going to make.
Equal also attempt to perceive things.
So
A little better than Gorthon.
Anger is like the one who's would probably be paying attention to it. Like, you look over and like, kind of like, huh, is that edible or is that?
I'm gonna make a history check to see if I know what a flump is.
And Fear, you can obviously see it at this point, but like you see it just fine. A history check.
13. Have I heard of a flump?
Would that be a history check or something along the lines
I'm
of
just-
Arcana or nature?
Well, I was just trying to see if Angar had ever even heard of a flump. Like, if I had, then I'd be able to make like a Arcana or history or a nature check. Nature.
I would say no. You probably have not ever heard of a flump. Not a lot of people have been to the Underchasm or the Underdark. It's kind of an unexplored area in the sense of, yes, there's cultures underneath the ground, and especially after the ground kind of essentially fell away from the entire planet. It remains kind of like ever-changing and ever-moving. You know that much, and this is kind of a creature you've never seen before. You can kind of see it kind of just... It's watching you guys.
It's food.
It is kind of curious. It's like just paying attention to you guys. You don't see much about it.
The Underdark's not as deep as it used to be.
It's a moving mushroom.
It kind of
Looks more like pasta to me.
a flying spaghetti monster, maybe. Anyways, it's kind of just watching you. You can't quite make out the color, especially because it's on the very edge of the bright light from the torch. It's really... And then it'd be on the edge of your dark vision there, and it's starting. So it's kind of hard to see where everything is. And the torch is kind of throwing off your dark vision overall.
I'm gonna get closer. There.
So
Behind the rock. It's like
as you let's see. Let's see, where is it now?
I'm like, food? All it hears in its head is food? Food or
Okay.
pet? Food
So-
or pet? Friendship?
Yeah, it's kind of looking in your direction, but it doesn't seem to follow you as you hide behind the rock. It's still kind of looking at fear in that direction, kind of knowing that you... it seems knowing that you seem a little afraid of it.
As curious as it is.
And as it starts kind of floating up a little bit further, and a little bit more towards the water here. Kind of trying to get a little bit better look of what's going on over here and stay on the edge of the bright light. And you guys can tell it's not trying to... Actually,
Insight?
Do we need the insight?
Come on,
Yeah.
headline? Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Has Gorthon even noticed this thing?
Gorthon is oblivious to it right now. So Angar
Yeah,
and
I have no idea.
Bad.
Anger
If it's
and
not
fear.
trying to hide, I might have seen it, but I'm not paying attention.
It's not
to
trying
it.
to. It's not trying to hide, but it's definitely
Okay.
on the outskirts, and it definitely seems like just a wild animal essentially to you.
Okay.
It's just weird animals down here.
I'm gonna walk back to the party. I believe that there is a tiny floating jellyfish watching us, acting the way that deers act when people walk by. It just seems if anybody has any food to give to it. It's cute. Don't know if I would eat it.
It would be tiny. That's pretty big for a jellyfish. But,
There are some incredibly large jellyfishes.
fair. Alright. Oh, well, it doesn't seem to be bothering us. So.
I will name him Lazy, and he will follow us.
What if it bites?
Then little breadcrumbs behind us.
If it bites you, all we have to do is urinate on the spots where it hurts you, and you'll be fine.
That actually really does not help.
Draco looks at Gorthon and says, "If it bites you, you bite it back. It's a golden rule."
Fair enough. I do have this set of double tusks here. Might as well be good for more than show.
It seems peaceful enough.
I'm just gonna start tossing little breadcrumbs behind us.
Hell yeah! I want to go check out this mushroom really fast and see.
This one looks a little bit different, more of a different species. It's not the fly amaranth, but it is another common mushroom, but gargantuan. So maybe you see a couple like chicken in the woods. It almost looks like a giant coral in there. Then you see like some more edible stuff that you would normally, but it's huge, massive, and it has bioluminescence.
Wow. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm definitely gonna grab some of the chicken. That's absolutely fantastic. Our poops are gonna be so weird. I cook the shit out of it. It's gonna be wonderful.
Looks like these mushrooms have a juicing problem.
or they have a juicing solution, you know? This could solve hunger.
All the hunger has been solved. Let's see something.
How tall are they?
They are a good like 20 feet above your head for some of the smallest one.
I want to chop a section off. Nothing structural.
Okay. So like some of the.
I want it to, from like the bottom. I want to take some of the like spore area.
Okay. Yeah.
Just like I want to pocket that.
Okay, so you like take a napkin or something and put it away. Make another survival check on that.
Exactly. Okay.
Yeah, I would say that you're successfully able to take some of the spores, and since some of your expertise and stuff lies in, especially mushroom, or rather, what's the word I'm looking for? Study of mushrooms.
Mycology.
Mycology. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. So
We've
a lot
now
of your.
Figured out. I was gonna say we now figured out why he's so anxious all the time. He's a mushroom expert.
So you're able to actually like look at the stuff and kind of figure it out. Okay, cool. This stuff is edible. This stuff is kind of like maybe I'll like put a little bit in my cheek and see what it feels like. If I don't like wig out, then...
Guys, I don't know if we can have this one or not.
If you've ever had that like that numb feeling from a wild mushroom that you ate, you definitely have that. Anyways, so as you're like feeling this, you also see a few other that would be edible. But it seems like this patcher is propagated as almost like an edible forest. The ones across the way are like fly amaranths and stuff that you would normally see in the not edible category.
Okay, this is very interesting. This is so I'll go back to the party. It looks like usually when plants are growing wild, they're mismatched across everything, but everything on the other side of the river is mostly poisonous, and almost everything on this side is edible.
Oh, that's interesting.
I don't know whose garden we're in right now.
Maybe it's the little things. Well, the thing, I wouldn't call it little because it's about a man-sized flying jellyfish.
I mean,
Maybe
who knows? I've never seen. But if it is little, these mushrooms are gigantic. What if that's a baby?
That's a good point.
Oh man, are there giants underground? I'm not really sure.
I mean, you probably don't know. I wouldn't say that any of you would really know off the top of your head whether or not there was giants underground.
Oh, we have
Draco.
shrunk down to the size of ants.
Draco looks back and says, "Only one way to find out. Forward."
Forward.
Let's push forward.
Okay.
Yeah, you doing all right back there? You haven't said much.
Who, me?
Here,
Hey.
did you eat the mushrooms?
No. I've been trying to
Okay,
feed the
good.
baby thing.
Fair enough.
I've been tossing breadcrumbs at it.
Oh yeah.
But,
Now I'm just tossing breadcrumbs behind me, leaving a trail.
fair enough.
Oh, more glowing mushrooms. Fantastic.
All these mushrooms.
They write an entire book about the stuff down here. The ecology
My
is
friend is not
absolutely
following.
amazing.
Oh, that is disappointing.
So as you guys get further down, you can kind of see that the underground river branches off a little bit further. You can't quite see where it goes, but you do hear a loud, almost river. The sound is getting louder for the river. It's no longer like kind of a bubbling brook or anything else like that. It's getting louder and louder as you guys get a little bit further down the river.
Right.
Let's see here. I wonder if there is a...
We see that just like green glowing in the distance.
Yeah, so you see...
A lot of big
Okay.
glowy rocks.
You guys also notice that there is almost a forest of crystals over there that have been that are glowing and very akin to the crystals that you would see above that are powering cities.
It's entirely possible that this is candy.
Just giant mounds of rock candy.
Yes.
I'm here for it.
Rock Candy Mountain.
The big rock candy mountain.
Draco, who knows what those stones are, say, "Yep, they definitely are. Should try one."
Absolutely.
Oh goodness! Every time the music changes, everything volume-wise goes nuts.
Sorry.
Cranks it up.
I don't crank it up, I just change the music.
Starts where it starts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's like I think it's like a default sound setting.
I wonder if it might be a bug or something that, like... I don't know. We'll have to figure it out at some
Okay.
point.
Yeah.
We're jamming.
Is Fear, like, trying to get
Jamming.
get closer to the...
Oh, there's another
This will
one
be
over
my
there.
friend.
Is that the same one or is that a different one?
That's the same one.
Fear's like,
This is the same one.
Yeah.
I'm slowly
With
coaxing it
breadcrumbs.
to me with breadcrumbs. It will be my friend.
I would like to attempt to assist Fear with an animal handling check as I offer it some bacon. If
Oh.
Oh wait, I'm doing animal handling.
so yeah, place it with an
I can
advantage.
do it.
Alright. Okay. You can do it, Fear. I believe in you.
Oh, really? I
no!
cannot.
It's deeply offended by our offering.
You should not have offered bacon. I was doing good with the breadcrumbs.
Yeah, it kind of goes back here a little bit, about 20 feet
No
away.
way, friend.
It
But
has
you
a
can-
disgusted look on its face as it floats away.
You can kind of
We
tell
just
that.
realized it's vegan.
What was it?
I said we just realized it's vegan.
Yeah.
Back to breadcrumbs. It'll slowly come back. You wait.
What about apple slice?
Do have some fruit on me. But if it lives down here, it probably eats off of the natural things that are in this area.
Well,
Maybe some of the mushrooms. I could put down some of the mushrooms that I just gathered, or take some of the moss off of, or the.
Do you
lichen
want to
that's
give it a
growing.
shot?
Yeah, I can try.
I would say like try to give yourself some an animal handling check with advantage because people are trying to help you at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, me again.
No,
Not him.
so anger. So anger.
Okay.
You're lazy.
It
22.
it does get closer to you. It doesn't take things out of your hand, but however, you do feel kind of like a weird thing in your head. And it
Hey,
goes,
little guy.
you hear
Sorry.
almost
Hello?
words in your head. And it says, hello.
I thought you were gonna do a
What?
toad voice for a second.
You thought I was going to do what?
Oh wow.
A toad voice. Hello.
Hello! No, it feels...
So it's a
Almost.
reference to something I don't think you've seen.
Probably not.
You're
It's, it feels like a warm presence, in your head. It's not something that you're kind of used to feeling. You kind of retreat a little bit in your head as well. Like, if something is in my head, is it Fae? Is it... Is it it's foreign.
Is Angar about to have a panic attack?
See, this is why you should have been my friend.
Hello.
I'd totally be excited about voices in my head.
I got voices in my head.
And then it turns to you, Fear, and you can kind of see it being about 15 feet away from you now, 20 feet away from you now. And you see it kind of like look at you, and it goes, "Hi."
Oh my gosh!
But you feel it in your head. You don't hear it out loud.
That's okay, I don't care. I'm excited. I am making a friend.
Friendship.
So
Oh my gosh,
it says, "Thank you for food. I am appreciative." And then it tries to give you a little bit more of like a warm feeling in your head, and kind of you kind of realize that it's a different it's real foreign.
Fucking weird.
Yeah, you are almost having a panic attack. It can kind of tell that now. It looks at you and goes, "Don't be afraid."
I just want to squish it.
Can Gorthon tell that Angar's kind of having a panic attack?
Make a insight check. I would say with advantage, because he's a friend of yours. Yes,
Right.
you can tell that he is having some issues with his.
I don't have anything cold.
Gorthon, the thing is in our head.
Oh, okay. That's weird. Take
Very
deep
weird.
breaths.
What was that?
Take deep breaths.
Very weird.
Think happy thoughts.
So cute.
I'm not prepared for this situation.
It's very. I'm not prepared for this.
This was not on the docket for the day. Let me look at the list. Nope, nothing about weird jellyfish.
Psychic floating jellyfish.
I just want to offer it more bread. Be like, friend.
So
Draco's just over in the corner, completely unaware and oblivious to what's going on around him.
I'm just barely holding myself back from pinching its little cheeks.
So
Is there anything that you want?
friendship. Friendship.
Yay!
You want friendship.
Yes, lonely.
You can be my friend.
Are
Come live it.
there Are there others like you here?
Not many.
What are you?
I am me. I know this area well. I live here. I am friend.
Friend.
Friend. And you can kind of see that while the thoughts that are in your head seem basic in the words that are forming, it doesn't seem like there's empty shell underneath it. It seems like there's like kind of a knowledge coming from it. It doesn't understand what's coming from your mouth. It understands what's coming from your head.
Yeah. And we're getting like
You're
concepts.
You're getting concepts, exactly. You're getting the feeling, it is telepathic, and you can kind of feel it. You can feel it in your head. You can kind of feel the warmth and feelings that a flump. Well, you guys don't know what a flump is, and you guys probably would not know what a flump is. You guys can definitely understand that it's probably been down here for a long time.
What do you eat down here? Just give it the concept of hunger and then not hungry anymore?
It shows you kind of a mental image of like the void fish that fly around, and then you look above, and it gives you the feeling to look up, and as you look above, you can actually see kind of like almost lights that look like they're stars in the above the ceiling, outside of like your normal like actual vision. And as you look up, you see that these stars are moving. They're moving around, and
when I retire, I will live here.
Fair enough.
This is very beautiful.
They are, you get the feeling that they're void fish, or a species of void fish that are bioluminescent.
It's crazy.
Neat.
Eat those?
Yes.
Okay. Try to shoot
How high
them
are
out of
they?
the air.
They're probably about 60 feet in the air, straight up. And as it gets closer to fear here, because it realizes fear doesn't mean harm. It knows now the feeling of fear, but not said of fear. And
I am so excited.
while it doesn't reach out to you with a tentacle or anything else like that, it reaches out to you with its mind and says, "Welcome to home."
Thank you.
What are we rolling over here? So you...
So I am going to tie like a piece of twine
Okay.
to an arrow, and I'm gonna shoot it at one of the stars that I can.
Quietly rolling without saying what you're doing at all.
I had a feeling what he was going to do, but yeah.
I said what I was doing.
He did say what he said, how he would like to do it, but he got talked over. So
Gotcha.
So as you are able to successfully shoot one down about 60 feet up, actually, can I have you roll with disadvantage because it's straight up? Like, while you are able to do that, you're also working against kind of gravity.
Huh?
Like, just roll another.
Sharpshooter.
Okay. Okay.
I could shoot behind cover.
And Gorthon and Draco are not in on this telepathic conversation, right?
No, you just see like an almost alien-like creature that is very
Weird little thing over there.
Yeah.
Angar's shooting at fish in the sky.
so.
Or lights in the sky that Gorthon does not know are fish.
No. It's not a weird little thing. This is my new friend, and I think Gorthon is getting some food for it. That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
But this thing is so cool, and it's talking in my head, and we're gonna be best friends now.
Does it have a name?
It does not have. I asked it if it has. I asked it what it was, and it just says, "I am me." It says that it eats those stars up there.
Right. Gorthon is going to attempt to interact with it. And did it say it eats the stars up there, or did it say they were edible?
It said that they were fish. It doesn't say. It gave us a picture of like void fish that glow.
So, Angar, with your first attack roll, I'm going to say that you are able to shoot one down. It's a smaller one.
Okay.
But as you bring it down and close to your, and kind of like, close to you, you realize that it is very fragile. It's almost like, think of like the creatures from like the deep sea. Not quite as scary looking, but like very see-through. It doesn't have like the normal like dark undertones that you would see like a void fish or a type of void fish from the overworld. It is. You can see all the internal organs and everything, and you can see kind of like a pattern of lights as it goes across from the eyes back and above on top of the ridge of the fish itself, down to the tail.
Okay.
And it is. And you can kind of see it as it floats to you and says, "Friend, food."
I get that like I'm friend. This is food.
Yes.
Okay.
You get the feeling like
friend food. Yeah. Okay. Just look at it. I'm like, does this thing have like a float bladder that allows it to fly? Like, what the fuck is it? This is so crazy.
So as you look at it, you don't know. Like you can't quite see like any like float bladder or anything else like that. Like it looks like a normal
fly bladder.
It looks like a normal fish to you, like one that you would catch in a lake, but it's very light, like almost to the point where it doesn't feel like it. Like, yeah, you lift it up and like it drops like a feather. Slowly falls.
Interesting.
Because it's now dead, but
yeah. Everybody, those stars are fish. Look at this thing. See-through. Yes. And food here.
It says, "Thank you," and gives you the feeling and the warmth of gratitude.
Thanks. Yeah.
Almost within your body at this point. And it takes it with one tentacle, wraps a tentacle around it, and just kind of starts putting it near its mouth and kind of like
Nom 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 nom.
Do flumps eat physical things?
Maybe.
This one does.
Who knows?
Draco just looks over at it and says, "Looks like me eating after a hard night of drinking."
I will say that these fish in the sky are barely solid objects. Incredibly fragile.
if our new friend lives here, maybe he's seen other people around here. This might make finding people easier.
This would.
True.
Friend, have you seen other
beings kind of
two,
like us?
two-legged people like I don't know. Yeah, have you seen other people?
It says similar, yes. Exactly, no.
Give him
Where?
pictures of shady-looking motherfuckers. Sketch. Dealing of sketch.
And at this point, you guys can all feel kind of the thoughts. And for Draco and Gorthon, who weren't really expecting this, weren't really kind of reaching out to it, and even Eek wasn't paying attention at all to it. Like, he saw it, but it was like, oh, okay, cool, it's just another animal. Not putting two and two together that it...
Oh, that's weird.
Eek is more like looking at the stuff and like looking at the shiny lights all around, going, "Ooh."
Yeah, Draco's not the smartest individual either, so like this freaks him out, and he jumps back and says, "What is this?" And he starts looking around, like up and down, and left and right.
Weird. That's real weird. Right.
But
Where did you see the other people?
it gives you an image of across the lake. However, it also gives you an image of like a black shape that you can't quite see, moving quickly. And as it gives you that image that you don't quite understand, but it is very, like, you know how I told you that it's like, it feels fear now, but, or not feels fear, but it has felt the meaning of fear, however, it has not felt the meaning of fear at that time. Well, now it feels like it sends you the feeling of fear.
So it's scared of the other people or the black figure.
And then it shows you kind of in your head the black figure standing over a dead body.
Alright. So, there's things on the other side. So the side we were before.
Good thing we're over here now.
Well, if our job was to find...
Well, yeah, no. Yes.
Then we need to be over there.
Yes and no. Are we spying on the other spies? Are we killing the other spies? What are we doing?
I distinctly remember them asking us to eliminate anyone we
But
find.
that doesn't mean we can't spy on them first.
True.
Yes, because if we can find them and then they go back to another place and there's more of them.
It's like a search and destroy mission.
Sure do like that destroy word from Max
We
on my shoulder.
can also figure out how they are getting into this place.
True. And if possible, we can collapse that entrance.
Can definitely move some things around if we can find the entrance.
Right. We do got that oil. We could maybe make some explosives.
Does our little floaty friend know of any other exits and entrances here?
It's just... Well, it gives you kind of an image of, at the end of the river here, where this map is, there's a whole long, essentially labyrinth of stuff going on. Not a lot of people kind of go through there. They just kind of... but it has seen people recently who've come through there.
Okay.
On the other side, wonderful. This is good that we came over here.
Well,
As they're talking to the thing, Draco walks up to Gorthon and whispers at him, "What is this weird feeling? Do you feel this too?"
guy super weird. It just suddenly was in my head, and now it's shooting messages and images in there. That's weird. How did I consent to this?
I don't even know what's going on. He rubs his head. Just confused.
It's weird, man. Like, what? We're in some layer of the Underdark. I don't know much about the Underdark in general. Well, I know some weird stuff happens down here. This fits that MO.
Here,
Baker looks back and says, "I've never been underground. Not gonna lie. This is all a new experience for me."
I'll be right back. I gotta use the potty.
This.
Okay.
I only know what I've kinda got taught growing up. Because, like, as a noble, you gotta know some things, but, like, I didn't really grasp all of it. I just know weird shit happens down here.
Yes, I have only come mildly down here to grab mushrooms. Never something this big. Different mosses, different lichens that grow down here for potions, but nothing, never this deep.
Yeah, this place
Never
is
seen-
wild.
I've never seen flying stars that turned out to be fish. I will tell you that.
Yeah.
I've never met a bowl of spaghetti that's capable of psychic communication.
This is not a bowl of spaghetti. Don't talk about my new friend that way.
It's like
Rude.
it's like a psychic jellyfish.
Yes. Like
I don't know what it is, but it's
happy-
creepy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Seemed
Dear Lord.
you get attacked by a cat?
no. I'm hanging my hanging this on my camera. It works most of the time.
Well,
Most.
Alright,
of
everybody's
the time.
awake now.
Wake up. Up. No. Gotta fix it.
oh no. Panic.
Yep.
Panic!
Gotta fix it.
So, weird voice in my head. Do you have a name?
Gotta
Weird.
wiggle it around.
Hello.
Hello? There you are.
Whoa.
No. That's better.
Hello.
There we go.
No more loud noises. And actually, it was
It's
just my
alright.
short. At first, it was just my shortcuts not working because something I think.
It's alright. Thanks to you, I'll now get another 5% disability from the military for the one extra percent hearing loss that I got.
We're all deaf now.
Sorry,
Oh,
everyone. I gotta replace my headset or just get a new mic. I think. Get a standalone mic.
I'm thinking about
Alright.
getting a standalone mic too. Somebody was selling a Yeti mic on the sell and swap, but either way,
They have the
Yeah,
snowballs or
it's
whatever that
pretty
you can get from
ew.
the BX and stuff here every once in a
Right.
while.
Anyway.
Anyways,
Snowballs are good too.
The
Yeah,
weird
absolutely.
entity in my head. Do you have a name?
and again, it gives you the feeling of I am me.
Okay, me. It's nice to meet you.
But it's not necessarily like the word me. It's like the feeling of like self.
right. What should we call you? Is that a better question?
It,
If you can't think of anything, I'm gonna call you Tim.
I was gonna say, it looks to Lithwy and goes, name.
Then I'm like,
I don't know if Tim works. I like Tim. Tim is cute.
Name.
Decided. You shall
call
henceforth
you
be known
Tim.
as Tim.
Tim.
Or Timmy the Tentacles.
Timmy the Tentacles.
Tim 10.
Tentacle team.
That's not what I wanted
Tentacle.
to do. Okay, so it
Tentacles.
nods at you and kind of like you feel warmth. Tim. And as it gets closer, you hear floom, 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 floom.
Alright. That's an interesting noise. Tim,
Is Tim singing to us?
Well, it's not. You hear the sound of just. It's not singing to you. It's not making it. It's just the sound of it, like flying.
Oh,
Yeah.
Floom,
Moving.
floom,
it sounded
Tentacles.
musical to me.
floom, floom, floom.
And that's why they're called flumps. It's the sound that they make. It's like a Pokemon.
Yeah, I guess.
Flump.
Alright,
As they
Timmy.
continue to talk, Draco slowly just continues to get further and further away from it.
Is there
Hoping
any
that
of
the
the
feeling will go away.
we'll walk and talk. Walk and talk.
is there any of those glowing rocks that are just like on the ground and not like in the ground?
Gonna make a perception check for me, please.
Alright. So, keep
Yes.
rolling perception.
You don't see anything that looks loose on the ground. Are you getting close to them, or?
Yeah, if I'm looking for them, yeah, I'm probably gonna get closer.
Okay.
And as Angar gets closer to them, Draco yells, "I wouldn't get too close to those! You don't know what they do, I do!
What do they do?
Nothing good!"
Thing good.
So as you
Well,
get closer, you start feeling like an almost a warmth, but this time a physical warmth, not like a feeling warmth. It's like
Oh.
Oh
But
no,
there's not-
are we getting radiation burns?
no radiation burns, no, but it is definitely like you can feel why these crystals are usually heavily guarded in towns and such.
Oh my goodness.
Very
So-
useful in icy tundra.
This would be very useful in many different ways. I mean, imagine if somebody could light their entire city with things like this.
They do! They're also very unstable, like me!
When you
Like,
say unstable,
explodey unstable?
Like explodey unstable, yes.
Oh, okay. Let's not make
these are-
glowing green rocks.
I was going to try to take a little bit, but it's gonna.
And
Well, I mean, if there's any like smaller ones, I could
So
use
that- and that's-
Mage Hand to grab them.
Yes, I will get on my hands and knees and kind of like look through them and see if I can see any like pebbles or something that's like around there.
As they start talking about
investigate
touching them,
These
Draco starts going back to your
explosive. We could potentially, after very, very carefully collecting some of them, use them to block whatever entrance the Empire is using to get in here.
Yes, if we can just throw a handful of them at a entrance, maybe it works.
Hey,
These are
take
made
out
of
that
magic?
Draco, in case this doesn't end well. You don't have
Draco's
to-
now back here and says, "Good luck, buddy!"
15 on investigation.
So as you are looking around there, you can kind of see some of the dust and the particles and stuff that are from the crystals. You can see that the ground around you is kind of glowing. You're on your hands or knees though. Like you look and you kind of like rub across the ground a little bit. You're able to find one that's about yay big. And it's free from the ground, but it's not hot to the touch, but it's warm.
Since Draco guarded these, would he have any knowledge on how to handle them? And
I don't know if I should be touching this with my hand. It is very, very warm.
I can use Mage Hand and just be really careful.
That's a good option.
So
I'll open the bag of holding and you just drop them in.
First, let's see what happens if you touch it with a Mage Hand.
As someone who guarded the crystals, you definitely know a lot of the people who dealt with at least maintaining the crystals, or rather, like moving crystals and stuff like that weren't the strong people. They weren't the stupid people. They were the mages. They were the wizards. They were, really wizards. The people who would sit there and study and look at them and kind of figure out how everything worked. But seeing Fear pick it up with the Mage Hand looks oddly familiar of how they would kind of pick them up and kind of deal with them.
Right.
So the Mage Hand... Go ahead.
Better idea, we wrap it in a cloth after picking it up with the Mage Hand. Like, we put it in a little cloth and wrap it in the cloth and then put it in the bag of holding, so when we pull it out, we're not touching it with our bare skin.
Anybody can do
I can just put it in my vessel. And then if something happens to my vessel, I just get a new one.
Since you...
And I can just pull it out of my vessel magically, and I can put it in my vessel magically.
Hold on. I know Draco was trying to say something.
I was just going to tell Fear that what she did was something that I've seen before, and that's how they've handled the crystals where he guarded. So it's very familiar.
Okay, so
cool, so if we have to get it again, I can just keep using my Mage Hand to grab it and move it where we need it.
If we put it in the bag of holding, any of us can get access to it, though. You said that we can't go into your... Can we go into your...
No, you can't.
I think she said she
go
wasn't quite strong enough to do that yet.
No, there is a way, I just haven't figured it out quite yet. So...
Okay. So why don't we put the pebble in the bag of holding so we all have access to it then?
We can, but
Well, the problem arises is you have to physically put your hand into the bag of holding and grab it to take it out of the bag.
I don't have to grab anything from my vessel. I can just poof it where it needs to be.
In that case, we can store the things in the vessel. I think that's the safer option.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as Draco kind of knows that they would have... Yes, they used the Mage Hand and everything to move it. It would be more like to safely handle it for like the bigger ones. They would actually enclose it in in usually iron or steel. Sometimes wood would work as well to kind of like insulate it, but they would more often than not use iron or steel as a and sometimes even lead. Like, if it was a big enough one, they used large amounts of lead to move it.
Portable hole, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Well, I was just gonna put it in my vessel and then, like, put it on, like, a cushion and then, like, put it on one of my shelves. So it doesn't, like, move around too much.
Yeah.
Makes all the food inside of your house radioactive. Perfectly fine.
It's okay, I don't store any food in there.
Okay, so as you guys are, you guys put everything in there, and you guys are good. With at least the crystal for now. So, all right. So you see the flump kind of get a little bit closer to you and kind of like pokes what you put the thing in with its hand, or with one of its tentacles, like, what's this?
Apparently it's
my
explosive.
portable house.
It says home, house, home.
Home.
Oh, hi. You're home.
My home.
Okay, so yeah,
I believe I found him at the crossing.
Come on, Timmy. Off we go for more adventure.
Roll.
what's the movement speed on these guys?
I don't know, but Timmy just booked it.
Fly is only 30 feet.
8.
Okay.
Have
Go ahead and roll.
on my back like a little backpack, so that he doesn't have. To
Since there's a kind of a natural bridge over the water here, go ahead and roll a either athletics or acrobatics check to cross and said ford the river. Yeah, all of you are able to successfully cross it. It was a pretty easy one. You guys could pretty much stay to the rocks for most of them. The rocks themselves really weren't all that slippery, and it seems like these ones are pretty much like almost like natural bridges over the water itself. There is some like hold on before you guys.
Eek is suffering from invisible wall syndrome.
We're just looking where we can go.
Okay.
There we go. I was trying to get him
So-
over to us, and I was failing.
It's all right.
So, Tim,
Yes.
where did you see these people? Is it near?
Near.
Is it
Close.
far?
Yes. Danger. Yes.
Danger?
Danger.
Okay.
Danger will it's in danger.
So,
Timmy should stay back.
everyone, stay around me for a second. I learned how to do this when I was running from large cats in the Feywild, and I pulled the shadows around us closer to us, and I cast Pass Without a Trace.
Okay. Everyone can roll. If you're going to be try to be stealthy, please roll a stealth check with a +10, right?
+10.
+10, and then anyone who's in heavy armor is at disadvantage. Still, right? Yeah. So disadvantage, but you could still get a.
Eek, of course, hops off of Gorthon's back, so he's not affiliated with the failure that just happened.
You still get a.
It comes up to 12.
It comes up to 12, but you're making some noise. But like, you're lucky that it is making.
Yeah. Eek rolls a 31 with Pass Without a Trace.
I mean, Drake.
Somehow Draco's invisible. He just disappeared from the plane.
Draco's fucking vanished.
Eek and Draco
forgot to
are
add this.
gone.
Yeah.
I also forgot to add the +10 to mine, so 33. Yeah.
Hey, I mean, Fear did pretty good too.
Yeah, that's fine.
Krakens can't smell us. It's hidden. Draco, me, and Eek are just fucking out of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you guys.
Draco, did you realize that there's invisible walls here? I think we're in a game.
Oh god. The world's frozen.
Oh,
I
no.
can't move.
Nope, that's because. So as you guys get closer,
I get it.
I'm gonna. Can you mark where you guys want to move real quick? Like who's gonna be in
Like
front?
corner. I would imagine me and Gorthon will be in front.
Yeah, I'll take
Yeah,
point.
definitely not in front.
Okay.
I'm like right behind Gorthon.
I'm gonna hang towards the back and try to protect Timmy.
So Gorthon right here.
I'm
Draco,
gonna be right in front.
like in front of him or right there.
Nah, like
I'm gonna be one up and
You can
one
you
to
can
the left.
you can go ahead and mark where
I can
you want to
move,
move
can I?
real quick.
Okay. Oh, squiggles. Here. Behind cover.
It's very
I'll
warm
be
where you're
one-
at.
one square down.
You want one square back.
Yep, so just behind Gorthon. There you go.
Okay, Gorthon. Is that a good spot for you, Gorthon?
That's fine.
Okay, and fear, and then where do you want to eke?
Eek will be bringing up the rear with fear.
Like here?
Yeah, about there.
Okay. Alright, so I want you all to make a, go ahead, just make a perception check, normally.
18, not bad.
Okay. So the flump, because he's giving you the feeling of danger and kind of, he decided to kind of like, you know, fly above the crystals here. Tim, your friend now, is looking above the battlefield and is giving you kind of like an advantage overseeing, well, I guess not battlefield yet. And you see
Lay of the land.
the black shapes that it's just giving you kind of like a the feeling of the black shapes, and it's the feeling of kind of stuff that would move quickly and heads that are quickly turning, almost like hunters. And you then see out of the shadows in almost destroyed tents in front of you 2 displacer beasts.
Oh, God.
Remember when I said I fought large cats in the Feywild?
And these don't quite know of your presence yet. However, you have a feeling that the scraping of let's see here, perception. The scraping of Gorthon's plates might give you guys away pretty quickly. But you guys can see the remnants of a camp there, and you can kind of see that there are a couple bodies on the ground, dead, not moving.
We got some kitty weapons.
Draco ready a javelin?
I will cast Hunter's Mark.
Okay, which one are you casting?
Axe is at the ready.
Which one are you casting?
The one that you were just on top of.
Okay. Got it. Which one is the mark one?
Or,
There it is.
not Hunter's Mark.
Target.
Hex.
That's fine. Marked right there.
It has disadvantage on strength checks.
Disadvantage on strength. Okay. Okay, so as you you said you were readying a javelin.
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead and are you attacking or are you?
No, I'm just holding it just in case they notice our presence.
Okay. They don't seem to have noticed your presence at this time.
Alright.
Look
Eve is
at
gonna
look at
sneakily-
Angar.
Hide between these rocks.
Okay.
Right here.
Right there.
And ready his bow to fire.
Okay, and the closest one there too, as well.
Yeah, for the first one to either notice us or make a hostile action.
Okay, so they haven't quite noticed you yet. However, Draco, can you make a actually, all of you remake your stealth checks now with disadvantage because you guys have a torch around you.
Well, thankfully, disadvantage plus disadvantage just still means regular disadvantage.
It's It's true.
That is the best stealth roll Garthon has ever had, making it a dirty 30.
Yep.
With the pass without a trace.
Oh, I forgot to plus the. Do we plus
Same.
plus 10?
Still,
It's
Plus
still, yeah, it's plus 10. So
Still plus 10.
24.
He gets a
And I have 17.
35 with the plus 10.
25.
35. He disappears. I didn't add the plus 10 to the roll, so
you don't have
mental
to. Like,
mathing.
we can do math.
None of us did.
Eek doesn't exist anymore. He is ascended to another plane.
Zeke.
Either way,
Don't know who you're talking about.
I misspoke, okay? I mumbled a little bit.
So,
Yeah.
Give me a break.
you can kind of see the displacer piece getting closer because, I mean, the torch is still there. You guys are pretty well silenced and not making a lot of noise, but, yeah, they're getting closer because they see the light. And it's not like the natural green light coming off of the crystals. It's definitely like firelight. So
I turn around and look at everyone, and I'm just like, the closer one. Hit the closer one.
On the count of 3, we all attack the closer one.
Alright, I'll Eldritch Blast on it.
2, 1.
you're gonna what?
I was gonna use my Eldritch Blast when everyone else attacks.
All right, so Gorthon does the hand signal 3, 2, 1, and he's using his longbow, and we all attack, getting that
2
sweet
arrows.
surprise round.
Yeah.
We get advantage because we're hiding, right?
Yes. Well, I would say that, yeah, go ahead and you can go ahead and roll advantage.
Right, and Eek is firing. He's out of the ether, his short bow.
I didn't roll advantage, but I assume that 20 hits.
Yeah, 24 hits for Eek, probably.
18 and 19.
Okay.
I got a 24, so.
Actually, hold on.
Should...
Oh, nice. It actually did max damage.
Nice. Alright, Gorthon will roll his bow damage.
Hold on. Let me
Okay,
see something
waiting.
real quick. I think it's a normal attack would be at disadvantage, so it'd just be at normal
Oh.
because
I think-
Are they displaced right now?
yeah.
Okay.
In that case, looking at Eek's, so the 11, it would be...
They kind of detected, like I said, they've detected the firelight from the torch.
I think even with, like, the neutral thing, and nobody missed,
Yeah.
Gorthon rolls his longbow damage, and Eek will do his short bow shenanigans with sneak attack, which should be higher now. Should be 2d6, I think. Yeah, it's 2d6. Okay, 2d6.
So Draco, let me.
Eek does 16.
You guys are all attacking the same one, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
The left one.
Okay.
Yes, it is 2d6 for 3rd level.
So that's what, 17
44 plus whatever the Eldritch Blast was.
Mine was
17.
13.
Ignore that. I'm trying to fix a thing.
So 57 minus whatever.
Angar, you rolled your damage twice there.
2 attacks. My action is 2.
Yeah. Let's see here.
We're just melting this poor thing.
17 and an 18.
And then Eldritch Blast. What did you do for the attack on the Eldritch Blast there?
It was a 24.
To hit? Okay.
Yeah, he rolled a 24 to
Yeah,
hit.
24 to hit. And then a 13 for damage.
Gorthon and Eek still need to roll initiative.
Yeah, everyone needs to roll initiative now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And do we catch them by surprise? That is another
No.
question. No? Okay.
I'm pretty sure that was our surprise.
That was the surprise.
Fair enough. Surprise!
Where's that? Yeah.
Okay.
They let you out?
Gorthon puts the longbow away and takes out his axe. He's ready to rumble.
Okay. Just trying to find.
We just piled damage on that first one.
We really did.
Yeah. Eldritch Blast there. 13. Next time you guys do this, you guys are gonna do it by turns. It's not gonna be because I have to do this. Like it's taken me a minute to do this all.
No
because-
worries.
Okay.
We caused chaos, sorry.
Oh, Gorthon rolled minimum damage on his attack. Oof.
37.
35 points of damage.
Hold on real quick.
64.
Yeah, I already did yours.
Oh, you're
Angar.
jealous.
Gorthon did.
Oh.
Gorthon did too.
Should be
Two
77 total.
Okay.
I forgot about my spider. My familiar.
Oh, it's fine. We can.
We didn't add it.
Oh, we can add it here in a minute.
Oh, okay.
$77.
77.
Oof.
Yeah, there's a lot there, and it's trying to.
Yeah. Ignore that
Five.
random d6 I rolled. I was trying to fix Eek's sneak attack.
Sneak
That'd
attack?
be 75
Yeah.
then.
Is it eek attack?
The Yeek attack?
It's just S and then eek.
God damn it.
The Fleek attack?
This is the first time Gorthon's gone first, I think.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm slightly concerned about this combat. Because all of the out of combat stuff I've rolled really well for.
Well,
Just
pretty much almost every attack will be made with disadvantage.
I've already
When
rolled
their
2
turn
nat 20s
starts.
outside of combat.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't
Because
think
if
I've rolled below a 17.
remember-
Okay. So as you guys, are able to. You just see like a barrage of just weapons and magic and stuff go in the direction of the Displacer Beast. As you see the displaced form kind of start corporealing, and you can actually see the full form of the one right now, and it is angry, and the other one is angry now. You just hear as it no, a little bit louder,
Sounds like a
but
Murloc.
Like a panther sound effect or something.
but it's
like, aim for the head. Don't fuck up the belt too much.
okay. So it they're looking in your direction now and are on the
Fucking
way.
jackets out of you.
Gorthon, top of turn, your turn.
Right. All right. Gorthon is just he's gonna do what he do, and he's gonna run up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Exactly enough. And he's gonna start wailing on this guy with his battle axe.
Okay.
Attack 1. It should be flat because he's been hit and hasn't been his turn yet, right?
You're correct.
Okay.
That hits.
Right. 10 for the 10 damage for first attack.
Okay.
Second attack is going to be 17 to hit
Hits.
with 7 damage, making a total of 17 damage.
It is bleeding profusely. You can see it. It is just like sitting there on the ground, not dead, but it is looking up at you and going, just growling and gritting its teeth.
There's blood and foam, and it's just
kitty cats.
Yeah. Is that your turn?
That is all I can do.
Angar, it's your turn.
All right. So we'll try to finish this guy off.
That hits.
16. And 16's to hit.
Yeah, you're good.
Beautiful ranger damage.
As you let loose the 2 arrows towards the same Displacer Beast, it falls, and you can see it just hits it straight in the forehead, and it stops moving completely.
Where I was aiming, I was like, eyeballs, don't fuck up the belt.
The eyeballs might be valuable too, but that's about
you right.
It goes again straight into the forehead, and you can kind of see the tentacles that were above it as it's kind of like trying to like hang on to its last life, just fall to the ground, and it doesn't get up moving.
Bonus action, move the hunter's mark to the next one.
Okay.
lovely.
And I'm going to move to here. Didn't mean to draw that.
You're good. We can always erase them. Alright, that's your turn. Is that your turn? Okay.
We're not quite to the state where we can do 3 attacks in one turn.
Are we just gonna put my familiar on my turn right now, or?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm gonna have my little spider crawl over onto Draco so it can go into melee range when he does, because it can't move that far itself. So you have a new little shoulder buddy. And then I'm going to, let's see, yeah, I can reach it. Let's Eldritch Blast on that far, well, the only one left alive, I guess.
And since we're level 5, you should be able to launch 2 beams, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, these attacks are going to be with a disadvantage.
Yeah, that's right. This one hasn't been hit yet.
Yep. My cat is very upset that we're attacking other cats.
Okay, so those are my 2 beams, I guess.
Well, you rolled.
Did either one of them hit?
With this displacer beast.
The first one. So you actually rolled disadvantage the second time there. Yes, you do. Yeah, you just barely hit with that one. So as you go ahead and roll.
1 attack or 2 attacks?
Just
Should
one.
just be one.
Just one.
Lovely.
And yeah, okay. So that one, you see your butterfly that you're sitting across the thing. It just very beautiful, pretty butterflies, but extremely fast. It's like looks like a swarm of butterflies coming out of your hands, and it goes and it just lights up the displacer beast, showing the form again of this one, and it's not displaced at this time.
All right. I'm gonna move up to here and call it good.
Okay. Draco, your turn.
Draco is gonna move up to it.
Okay.
Nope, one more space. I'm gonna use rage. I'm not gonna use the -10 from Weapon Master. I'm gonna just do a.
It's at
regular.
normal right now. You don't have it's not displaced, so.
And you have my
You don't
spider
have
on you,
disadvantage.
which can give
I
you
would
help.
have. I would
which
have
gives you
advantage, right?
Say that
Because
again.
reckless attack.
If you reckless,
I would have
attack,
advantage. Yeah, I'm gonna always reckless attack.
Okay.
Advantage. Oh no!
You do not hit.
All right, I'm gonna make my second attack.
You do hit this time.
All right. Let's go ahead and roll damage plus. I'm gonna hit it with Necrotic Fury or Divine Fury. 1d6. And then normal damage. So 18 points of damage.
You should have a spider under your control now, Lithwy.
Oh, okay.
Right. Eek is gonna.
Okay, so hold on. Let me.
18.
Eek is waiting.
I was putting the spider on Gorthon. Alright, so Eek's turn, right?
Yeah. Eek is going to pop up from his little hidey hole and fire his short bow at the displacer beast. Should be normal now, and I don't think he's hidden right now because he attacked.
You're right.
Should just be flat roll. 21 to hit
That hits.
with 2d6 for sneak attack because there's an ally within 5 feet of it.
That was your
16 points of damage, and then
Okay.
Eek is going to move here and bonus action hide.
Okay. So as Eek, let's fire
Not low either.
let's loose he also has a +10 still, right? For the
For pass without trace, yeah. So the 25.
Wait, no. Is pass without trace is that a
within 30 feet of me.
well 30 feet? Yes, but is it a
Oh, is it concentration?
yeah.
I think I dropped. I think it's a concentration spell, and I dropped that for Mark.
Yeah, you're right.
Either way, 15. Not
Okay.
terrible.
So as you he's as far as you know, or as far as he knows, hidden.
Yeah.
All right, end of Eek's turn. The displacer beast growls and snarls at the party, and as it looks back up at you after taking tons of damage again, you see the form itself start to shimmer and shake and kind of like change again, and it's looking straight at you, Draco, and it's going to attack your face.
Okay.
And it's going to attack.
Pounce, then bounce.
Yeah. 18 hit.
Yes.
And then it's going to attack a second time real quick. 20 hits.
20 will hit. Yep.
Normal. Does 11 damage halved to 5 the first time? Wait, hold on.
Sheesh, typo. Almost gave myself 447 HP.
Let me just real quick.
Perfectly
make sure
fine
this
and
is-
normal amount of hit points.
I've ascended into God mode. This is
Draco
even
gets
my
his
final
soul
form.
into what he will look like at level 20.
Yep. Okay. So does a total of 18 damage halved to 9 total.
Alright. Cool.
So you get hit with one tentacle as it goes across your body. You're like, oh, what the fuck? And then hit the other time. But luckily you're raging, so it doesn't really phase you too much. But just very weird to get slapped in the face with the tentacle. And that's its turn.
Alright, Gorthon is going to run up beside Draco and attack with the axe. It should be a disadvantage still, right?
Yes, because it's displaced again.
Yeah. Just
And
12 hit.
It does not.
Okay, second attack.
It definitely does not.
Yeah, that don't hit.
As you go down, you thought you go through the image of it that you can see in front of you, but it goes straight through the ground, and you're like, "What the fuck?" And then you go again, and you try to hit like just one of the tentacles, like as it like kind of whips out in your direction. Doesn't attack you, but like just whips out in your direction, and you're like, "That's not what." Just whiffed.
-5 penalty. -5.
Gorthon ends his turn because he can't do anything else.
Okay. Engar, it is your turn. Straight up roll.
Advantage? Yeah.
So you have advantage,
Oh,
but
normal roll?
because
okay.
right, you have Hex on it, right?
I do have Hex on it.
And Hex does. Let me look at Hex again.
Yeah, no, Hex just gives it disadvantage on one not ability check.
No, I'm just trying to say for your attack against it. It's just
Oh, no, it
extra
doesn't give
necrotic.
me advantage.
Okay,
No,
yeah. So yeah, disadvantage.
Okay. Just attack.
It does
No.
not. As you
Most
lose an arrow.
annoying part about Displacer Beasts.
Second one does hit.
All right. So we're gonna do.
But yeah, the first time you guys were attacking with advantage, you guys should have just been normal.
Yeah.
So that was on me, but
And me for not remembering Displacer Beasts have the thing.
well, I remembered, but I didn't know how it was working. I was like, how does it?
How do I just roll a d6 again?
Slash roll
roll
1d6.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So yeah, 6 points of necrotic damage.
Max necrotic damage, not bad.
You can also add it to your roll itself. Like when you roll for damage, you can put in modifiers. Put +1 d6 in there,
Okay.
and it'll actually automatically add it. So just for future.
Oh yeah. Awesome. Okay, 17 points of damage.
Yes. Okay. So it is. You see it as you let loose the second arrow. You let loose the first arrow, and it goes straight through where you thought some of the body was, and it hits the ground right behind it. The second one, you pull back out and you pull again. You let it loose, and it goes straight into the arm of the Displacer Beast, and you can kind of see the form itself again forms around the Displacer Beast, and you can kind of see it before the tentacles start kind of doing its thing again.
One shoulder down, 5 to go.
Fear the weak. 'Tis your
Is it
turn.
displaced or is it?
No, you're rolling normal.
It is
Okay.
no longer displaced.
Then let's do Mr. Spidey's bite.
Nope. Does not hit.
That's okay. Eldritch Blast.
That does hit.
Number 2.
And the second
Nope.
one does not. Okay. Again, a swarm of butterflies lets loose, and the first one goes in the direction right towards, like in between Gorthon and Draco, and it hits the body, and you can kind of see it wince in pain. And as you let loose the second one with your other hand, it you try to go for the same spot, but it ducks down just in time to kind of avoid it. Draco,
Okay,
your turn.
that'll be it.
All right. This time I'm going because it's not displaced, right?
It is not displaced. It is normal.
All right. So I'm going to use the -5 attack penalty from Great Weapon Master.
Okay.
Reckless attack. 21 points of damage, or 21 to hit.
21 does hit.
Plus 1d6 plus 2 for Necrotic Fury. $10 points of damage on the first attack, and then second attack, same thing.
And did you add your rage
nope, plus
damage
10.
bonus too?
Plus 10 for the Great Weapon Master, so that would be 20 points of damage.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get the rage damage modifier just yet.
You should if you're raging.
Should. Yeah. Should be like +2.
I think it's already calculated in, is it not?
It's
Plus-
the
It doesn't
+2
look like
right
it's
there.
already calculated
Yeah.
in.
Yeah.
It's already-
+2.
It's already in there. The +2 at the end.
Or +2.
Okay.
No, that +2 is for Divine Fury.
Oh, is it? Let me see.
Yeah.
Then I don't think it's being automatically factored in.
I don't think it is
One
either.
Oh
Six
yeah,
plus
no, Divine Fury is 1d6 +2. Yeah.
Okay, so that should deal 12 damage. Plus the 10 from Great Weapon
22.
Master, making it 22.
So interesting. I'll have to make sure I add that. So,
Okay.
second attack, same thing.
Well, how do you...
-5.
So as you attack with your first one, it's... You connect with the first one, and it just rears up, and you hit it straight in the chest, in the middle, as it tries to come back down on you. And then,
Ouchie, you smell like
as you
incense.
you hit it, the body of it just goes, and you feel all the weight of the displaced beast fall on you as it dies.
I just push it off to the side.
Alright, let's skin him.
I axe back out.
Get him! Somebody help me.
Alright.
What skill do you need for skinning?
Survival.
I would say
Wisdom.
survival.
Survival.
Yeah.
I only have a +2.
I have +3.
Orthon has a +1.
Alright, so- I have a plus. Oh my god!
Startling every time.
Every time.
I just unpaused it too. Like it wasn't like it. I have the volume set the same way every single time.
It just happens every time.
It's gotta be an issue with.
Okay. So do we have to roll? Is it just one roll to skin both of them, or do we have to roll per Displacer Beast?
Per Displacer Beast. So the first one, you're
Okay.
able to take some the fur of it and
I'll
The
tell
pelt?
you, and it's
Yeah.
the weirdest thing in the world is that the meat of these creatures, it kind of tastes like cinnamon. It is very strange. It is much sweeter than any
In-
meat that
in
you
your
will
head?
have on this.
in your head anger, you get kind of like the feeling of like maybe that cinnamon would go good like in a mushroom curry too.
After Angar is done skinning the first Displacer Beast, Gorthon is going to try and like properly butcher it while he works on the second one.
Okay.
Fuck is my head right now.
Would that be a survival check?
No, that was your own voice in your head.
Oh, okay, my own voice. Oh, okay, I thought someone was like,
Yeah, that was
hey,
internal monologue. That was an
face.
idea. An intrusive
Just
thought.
sending you recipes.
Yeah. It's my other self.
The recipe fairy.
It's whoop. Okay, that's good. I like how it like moved to where the voice, or to where the chat bubble was above your character. Anyway, so yeah, you're able to successfully skin the first one. You're gonna try to skin the second one, right?
We'll try to skin
Let's
the
do these
second one,
separately,
yes.
so it's in kind of in not in order, but like a.
Alright.
Yeah.
Everyone, hands on deck. I need some assistance.
All right.
Second one with advantage.
Yeah.
This one I would say
A little rougher of a pelt.
it's rougher. And because it
This
is such
the
a
one that I didn't say. Don't fuck it up.
Yeah.
It is a rougher pelt, and I would say because it's not like not a natural, but a 30-20 or higher. It's kind of like, and it being a displacer beast, you're not successfully able to completely pelt this one. You get about a half a pelt out of this one.
That's totally fine. I'm going to turn the other
Or
one into a
a
fucking
poor
jacket.
quality pelt.
That's essentially what
That's
essentially what a poor quality pelt is. It's like you're not able to use as much of it.
Yeah.
So enough for about
I'm going to turn this. I'm going to turn this fucking thing into a jacket because I spent way too much time running away from them when I was in the Feywild, and I need to wear my triumph.
Okay.
Gorthon is going to work on butchering
Okay.
the meat.
I would say that's
and
also a
he's gonna
survival
ask
check.
for some help
It will
while
help
doing
you.
that. All right. I'm not as good at survival, but
I will teach you how to do this.
yeah. Right. Advantage for the first one. 16 flat. Not bad.
Not bad. You're
You
able to
rolled
get
the same on both die.
you're able to get a couple
Some usable cuts.
some usable cuts. Not necessarily the whole displacer beast itself, but a good amount.
The whole time I'm like, Gorthon, you're doing such a good job for somebody who's never done this before.
I'm doing my best. All right, now on to the other one. 17, a little better. I took notes.
Getting better all the time.
Again, it's about the same amount of meat there.
Yeah.
me-
I roll deception really fast.
Wrap it up.
Like, you're doing great.
Well, if I had rolled less than 10, I think I would have botched it completely. But 16 and
Yes.
17's not a bad
Fine.
roll.
Yes, you're fine. It's okay.
Now I feel like I'm being patronized. No need to be mean about it.
It's for teas and cooking utensils.
Oh, goodness. Alright, so we got some usable meat, we got one good pelt, and one not so good pelt.
You
Yeah.
can make some boots out of it.
Hey. Some wizard's gonna
Pelt.
want it.
So, yeah. As you guys get into this little area, you see what the remnants of a camp. There is a fire that was up by, and as you look just north of you, there's like a cliff. It's a sheer drop, and you can kind of look a little bit further, and you see a waterfall. And you realize that that's what the loud noise was from the, as the water gets louder and stuff around you. It's really loud.
Do we find any imperial heraldry or iconography?
Yeah, I want to look around here, see if there's any like notes or like, look through their camp, through their persons.
Yeah. I'm guessing investigation checks?
Yeah, go and roll an investigation check.
Okay.
Alright.
Anger, you get distracted by like how shimmery the pelt is.
I'm just like, I think I can use this.
And then you're also sitting there kind of going like, huh, I wonder if I could... And then kind of going into your deep thought of like, how can I prepare this meat?
How can I make this?
Gorthon, you're able to you find a couple dead bodies, not fully decomposed yet, but
definitely partially eaten.
Yeah, and you see not much like in the sense of like heraldry or anything like that. It definitely seems like it could be spies, but not anything that's definitive. There is a little journal in there saying things about like this place is a fucking labyrinth. There's little steps you have to do here and there to even try to make it through there. There's islands that move. There's almost like a bridges and stuff like that. Oh, I didn't even see that. How much to kill off Draco? It just little things here and there. But one of the bodies looks a little bit less decomposed than the other.
A little less eaten than the other?
Yeah.
Alright. And what is of note of this corpse?
Well, do you want to investigate it further, or do you want to look at it? Do you want to touch it?
I'll investigate it further, I guess. Which will include touching it.
Okay.
Not a good roll.
Hold up.
It's not good. Gorthon has no modifiers to investigation checks. The fact that he rolled a 16 before is a miracle.
Can you make a athletics check?
All right. Oh no. I guess it's a little bit too late to do divine channel divinity to get my Oath of Glory Peerless Athlete thing, is it?
Yeah. As you reach and you touch the body, your hand is stuck.
Oh no, it's a mimic!
Your hand is completely stuck. You realize that there's other things over here that are...
I immediately bring my axe down on this body the minute I can't pull my hand away from it.
So you've definitely heard of stories of mimics and everything else like that. However...
That is how Gorthon lost his hand.
It is going to attack you first.
Okay.
And... $11 does not hit. It only gets... That's fine. But...
It's not gonna do it.
Hold on, I gotta... do this again just to kind of like...
Oh no!
The handless Gorthon.
Roll for hand.
Okay.
I'm not part of that.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
That's my bad. There you go. I was trying to select everyone but the Flump. Because the Flump is not fighting with you guys. It's like, oh, nope.
Got it.
Okay. Angar, did you roll? There we go.
Okay.
Cool. So, I'll say that you're able to,
Mimic!
yeah, mimic and then attack it immediately afterwards. So I'm gonna say that you also like get that feeling of dread. You're like, I've heard of this before. Fuck.
Is it mimic or is it what the fuck?
All right, so I'm attacking.
Yes, you can go ahead and attack. That hits.
$11 damage.
All right.
I will not smite.
You will not smite because you're attached to
I
it
will
still.
not smite this time. No, not because I'm still attached to it, because it wouldn't hurt me. But I'm saving those smites for possibly a bigger fight later on.
Okay. So yeah, you cannot move from it. You're attached to it right now with your offhand, essentially.
Go fucking mimic! I'm stuck to it!
Top of your turn is going to be Draco.
As I run over, I'm gonna yell to Gorthon, "Don't worry, if you lose that hand, I know a good prosthetic guy," and I point towards Angar.
I can make you an offer.
I'm gonna run over here. I'm gonna attack with my
Did
great
Icon
axe.
make his own prosthetics?
No.
I'm gonna do the first
I've been
attack.
an officer this whole time.
First attack's gonna be with the -5 from Great Weapon Master.
Okay.
I
That
assume that's not gonna hit.
does not hit.
Okay. The second attack is just gonna be a regular attack.
Okay. That does not hit either.
That's also not gonna hit. Sheesh. All right. That is gonna be. It's gonna be my turn.
Eek. It's Eek's turn.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Eek's gonna go over here, and he's to shoot it with a bow and arrow. He's not gonna hit it.
The
He
very
does not
nimble
hit.
mimic.
He's gonna hide in the wreckage of this tent.
Okay.
Eek is not rolling great today.
No, he's not. Oof. Sorry, I edited your dice to make sure that they only roll low, so...
That's shitty. And now it's Gorthon's turn.
No, I
So
didn't.
he's
I did not
not-
do that.
Very nice.
Gorthon's gonna take that axe and say, "How dare you charge your stick to me!" and attack. 16.
16 does hit.
Right. Like I'm trying to scrape it off and attack it at the same time. 8 damage there. And next attack.
You can... I believe you can...
I don't think 12 hits.
You can try to grapple check out of it too, by the way.
I've already dedicated my action to attack you.
Okay. Okay. So the first one attacks, second one does not.
Okay.
Wait, why is there 3? Oh, that's attack roll, or attack damage.
Attack, damage,
okay, cool.
attack.
Oh no, it's
I'm
the
guessing
second.
12 does not hit.
It does hit actually. Go ahead.
Oh,
And...
okay.
Oh, okay.
That's 9 damage on the second attack.
Okay, easy. So you're just like chopping away as it licks up towards you. Like you see the mouth and the teeth kind of like. Ah!
Gross. Total of 17 damage for that turn. It is nice having multi-attack.
It is.
There we go. Nice.
Oh
Oh no.
Nice.
First one. Can you go ahead and make another attack with the Eldritch Blast?
Another?
And one more.
Yeah, max damage on the first one though, so that's nice.
18 hit Gorthon?
18 does not hit Gorthon.
18 does not hit Gorthon. So as you attack with the the first attack, it goes through, and you get a little bit over cocky and kind of like, oh well, I'm gonna attack that face that's right in front of Gorthon, and it just like it barely it
pings off of my armor.
I was gonna say it pings off of the shield that's like still on his arm, but his or attached to the arm,
Yep.
as he's got the shield arm essentially like still attached to the mimic there.
Yeah.
Okay, and then my spider's gonna run up and find his shoulder buddy again.
Okay, where is your spider?
Yeah. I already moved him. He's
Okay.
on top of Draco.
Oh, I see him. I see that little tiny.
Hold your horses, Angar.
No, I was just putting it up there so it happened.
Calm down, sir.
Just didn't want to do that later.
Alright, and
it has
does
to make a
it
con
take a
save
constitution?
or...
Yeah, hold on. You did.
it's only 9.
I'm just trying to see like how much damage you did.
It's 1 point.
No,
if
hold on.
I'm trying to be helpful.
No, I still need to do the math for her other damage there. So I'm doing that real quick.
Fair enough.
5 damage for the bite, and then a con save. Got it. I gotcha.
Yo, if you look into a spider's mouth and it looks like that bite icon,
Oh my god, that spider's a mimic.
yeah.
So looking at the damage, it's 1 piercing damage, and then the D4 is if it fails. So it only took 1 point of damage, not
Okay.
5.
So +4. Oh wait, no, I said
Yeah.
now +9 because I did that wrong. Wait.
Come here.
Wait, where did +9 come from?
The +9, it's actually +8, but because I did 5 and then I accidentally did -4
Okay.
instead of +4.
Okay. Confused.
Yeah, now it's at the correct HP.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, that was my turn then.
Yep. Okay. Engar, it's your turn.
5, 10, 15, 20. Okay, I'm gonna go all the way over to here. Oh, sorry, over to here. I won't accidentally hit anyone. And I will attack it. -5. Definitely. Oh no.
Nope. Nope, that does not hit.
Oh. I will try again.
Better.
That's
20.
That hits. Your
Yes!
second attack
A
hits.
sharpshooter paid off. Not attack damage. Well, +10. 18.
Nice.
Where'd the 10 come from?
-5 to my attack to add
Okay.
10 to the damage.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, he did the
18?
sharpshooter.
So as you let loose a second arrow there, and as the first one essentially, actually, do me another favor, roll a second attack, or a third attack, I should say. Okay, so the first attack bounces off the tent behind you and kind of goes in the distance and possibly over the cliff in the far north there. You pulled it back pretty far, but the second one you home in and you go and you hit the mimic straight in one of its eyes, and you can kind of see it fall limp and lets loose of Angar's hand.
You mean
Gorthon's
Gorthon?
hand.
So, yeah,
Gorthon's
Gorthon's hand. You're correct. You are correct.
My hand is free, hooray!
So,
Shake
That's where you pull it out and go, oh, where's my hand?
Cheeky
then-
little thing.
be ready for the music real quick. Pre-warning you guys.
Hey!
I'm already there.
Okay.
already there.
There you go.
Oh, it's so abrupt, even with warning.
I was gonna say it's like the same volume for me. So again, I don't know what the fuck. What the fuck? What the fuck?
What the fuck?
What the fuck? So, but anyways, like you find a note, kind of like, again, just more information about like kind of the area and how dangerous everything is around you. This isn't a normal area. It's very with it's like notes about the crystals and stuff like that and how they've made things not more powerful but more dangerous around you.
So it's like making everything around us a bit more volatile.
Yeah.
Right. Guys, I found these notes. I don't see anything confirming this guy was part of the Empire, but he does seem shady.
Does it say anything about how, like, it's affecting magic or anything in the area?
Does it say anything about how it's affecting magic in the area? Pardon me?
I wouldn't say that it necessarily like says anything about affecting magic, but it does say things like it's definitely feels more
Says things like, give me an Arcana check.
no, well these are
Is
just
it like
notes.
making-
These are just
Is
notes.
it kind of alluding to the creatures and such being more unstable or volatile?
Yeah, I'm
That's
wondering
about
if
it.
there's
That's
like
what it's
weird...
saying. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
More that,
So-
and then that the area is very... It's dangerous overall, too, because as you saw in some of the other notes, is that there are moving islands.
Okay.
There are moving rocks that are just floating in the air that don't create, like, a safe passage. It also talks about a possibly a bridge you cannot see. It also talks about a feeling, an intrusive thought of jumping over the ledge to the nothing, to the void below.
Is there any indication in these notes and journals about how this person got to this point specifically?
The other journal that you saw in the other tent, you saw stuff about a labyrinth, about again, kind of like alluding to the floating islands and how that they would have to one day that they jumped from one island to another as they moved to kind of allow them passage. However, it took a lot of practice to try to do it, and they had one guy on a rope to save them so they weren't.
Alright. And do these notes give us any indication of how many of them were there?
How many more?
Or there were. How many individuals were part of whatever this team was?
As far as you can tell, there was just two. There's nothing like there's nothing in the notes that says how many in the team that there were.
Okay. And one of these corpses was a mimic, so the other guy might still be alive.
No, the other corpse is dead.
So there's 3 bodies? Or there
No.
were 3 bodies?
The mimic.
Because if one of the bodies was a mimic,
You kind of get the feeling that the mimic probably ate and digested the other body,
okay.
and then took said form of the dead body.
Okay. Alright, so... There were 2 parties, 2 people in this particular expeditionary force, but it's not indicating whether they work for the Empire or not. Ugh.
Well, you know what that means. There's only one way to find out.
We gotta keep looking.
That's forward.
It does mention something about a bridge you can't see.
And you see notes that it only formed when the islands were in a certain form. And it took a lot of... it alludes to how the crystals were, and having to touch the crystals at a certain time to be able to get the bridge.
Right. Oh boy.
Okay. Very
The
fun.
Can we
only
know
puzzle
anything?
I'm good at is chess, guys. Like, this is going over my head. Who wants these notes?
Hey, I will take them.
Alright, I'll give the notes to Angar.
Okay.
Draco just looks at you and says, "This all sounds like it's out of my pay grade."
Hey, I'll just hit things, guys. That's all I'm good at.
Invisible.
Can we know where the bridge is?
Moving mazes, invisible bridges,
It also-
magic rocks sounds very fun.
They said that, like, they followed the river, to where they were at this time. They don't necessarily, but the river does eventually just fall and go into nothing, leading to the floating islands.
Oh, the South River we just came from, or this like river in front of us?
That's not a river there. That's a cliff.
It's like a stream. Oh, okay.
That's a cliff and a waterfall.
Okay.
But the river, if you follow the one that's south of you to the west, the area you didn't come to.
Draco's
I
gonna make
wonder
his
if
way
they
back
left
down.
I wonder if they left a boat around here. That's better than the boat that we have.
You can kind of see that the river is too shallow for most boats here,
Okay.
which is why you guys got off of your boat.
Yeah. Okay, well, we could climb down, or we could continue down the path of the river.
Flume, flume, flume.
Yeah.
So
what says you, Tim?
say what?
These two things that were here that were dangerous, are there more like them down there or over there?
It gives you the feeling that there's nothing immediately, as far as it knows, that it's immediate danger other than those black forms that it saw before, right in this area. But it does talk about, or not talk about, but like, yeah, there's no like immediate dangers right here, as far as you can tell, and as far as I can tell. So it's up to you. Do you guys want to follow the river? Do you guys want to... You guys could climb down the waterfall, see if it does lead to anywhere. But as far as you can tell, you can't see a bottom to the waterfall.
Cast bonfire and then just kick it off the cliff. How
Did
far
the,
down it goes.
did the notes indicate that they climbed up the cliff face?
No.
No, they
Okay.
followed the river according to the notes.
Yeah.
Alright. So, unless anybody has a better idea, I say we just keep following the river, maybe we'll find more.
Yeah. I think that sounds like a good idea. I can make us stealthy, but I can only do that like one more time.
Are we crossing back over the river, or are we?
Seems
Or are
like the
we
only
following the north side?
safe passage is on the other side of the river.
Okay.
Do we have to roll athletics checks again?
Yeah. Draco's just fine. Draco's
I'm
like
giving-
hop, skipping,
Always-
and jumping around.
Always
I'm
in that
having
20
Eek.
when not in combat.
Oof, not my best roll there.
Oh,
Gorthon, you're feeling like kind of with the extra weight of your armor and everything as you try to climb up the rocks, and you're like your knee like slips a little bit, but you're able to get up and across.
All right. And Eek is on my back, so he doesn't have to do the checks. That's probably why. The extra weight of Eek made me slip slightly.
It's those heavy pockets he's got.
Yes, it's the extra weight.
God damn it.
The flump says, I stay here where safe now. Thank you, safe.
Mm-hmm.
But my friend.
I just wave at him and carry on.
Okay.
Well,
My
see you
friend.
later, Tim. Be safe. It was nice meeting you.
All right.
Goodbye, Tim.
Let's see. /R1D4. Let's say Angar. Go ahead and roll D20.
Okay. Just a D20?
Just a D20. No checks or anything. Just a
Okay.
D20.
Lucky. Number 13.
13. Give me 1 second. Definitely a lucky one.
It's a Hydra! I have to go feed our cats.
That's
It's
fine.
a different mimic.
So, can you guys see?
Yep.
Cool.
Boy.
So as you
Wait,
guys,
my spider disappeared.
yeah, it did. Hold on. Let me grab your spider back. Whoop.
What? My spider back.
Okay, so, you guys get into this area, and you can kind of hear just the growling and the grumbling of, like, almost sounds like rocks shifting, like almost a constant, like changing of the formations around you. As you look around, you see the crystals glowing and pulsing individually, different colors, different areas. You see mushrooms again, kind of, these ones a little bit more wild. You see, kind of right in front of you, this landmass that is slowly moving as it kind of moves away from you. And you see other objects that are moving in the distance that have different different levels and everything, and you can kind of hear one as it crashes into another, and as it moves across your field of vision, and then back into the darkness in front of you. You can see the crystals. Some of the crystals are floating in the cavern in front of you, and you can make out a cavern. And you can also make out a large chasm in front of you as well, just to darkness underneath you.
Just throwing this out there, do not eat that mushroom. It is a fly agaric. It will make you hallucinate.
Alright.
Okay.
Generally, white dots on mushrooms, not a good sign. Or a great sign! I'm not going to tell you how to live your life.
Let's see, where did I make that? You guys can't move much further than this right now.
Nope.
I should have
The wall.
made... Yeah, hold on. I meant to...
There's a hole in the wall. I found it.
Found it.
There is.
Ah!
We're trapped.
Yep, you're trapped forever.
It was nice knowing you guys.
This is one of the maps that I forgot to do.
I knew we were better adventuring.
Yep. Alright, so... Considering we've been playing for a minute, could we take a break? Because I'm very hungry.
Yeah, I'm about there too.
I need to go feed my cat. My cats are very hungry also.
Yeah, go feed your cats.
Right.
We're going to probably take a little break as we're getting ready for this. I'm going to set up the walls and everything. And I'm going to make myself a sandwich. Because I have not ate yet today.
Yeah.
Cool.
I am going to go and get some food.
Okay. So we are breaking for now, and we will be back here 15 to 30 minutes, depending on how long it takes people to get food and come back. Yeah. Oop, I don't need to have the COVID thing now. Bye. That'll be good there.
Hello, chat. Welcome to the halftime show. I don't have much to tell you, but I hope you're having a wonderful day.
I'm slightly
How
back.
are you?
I'm good. I made myself a grilled cheese sandwich and tomato soup, so
Nice.
I'm gonna eat it.
I had a
I'm a-
PBJ, a tortilla, and a plum.
Yes, I will be eating that, so I'm also gonna re-silence myself because no one wants to hear me chew.
That's
This
fair.
is not an ASMR.
Not the ASMR stream.
No.
I'm back.
Welcome, Beak.
The Burke is hell bent on killing me.
Yeah?
He wants to know how much money it'll cost. I'm just saying, if you can financially gain from the death of Draco, go for it. I
Oh,
don't know if you
goodness.
can even hear me. I think he has his headset on.
Oh,
I already got a backup character made.
I prefer if Draco didn't die, but I'm glad you're at least prepared for the worst.
Well, you know, when we had like 3 sessions in a row where I got critted 3 times each game,
Oh yeah, that was... Oof.
figured it was time to make a backup character just in case.
I feel that. Burke
Burke is also
anything beats my armor class, I almost go down.
Burke's also the guy that couldn't kick an unlocked door open, so
True.
he was the guy I was talking about earlier.
Oh, goodness. Messing with the filters on my camera app thingy.
How's that going for you?
I'm having trouble deciding which one actually looks nicer. I think this one's just the regular with nothing. And this is the one I've been using. I'll stick with this one for now.
I did a simple makeup filter so I don't have to do my makeup every time.
Fair enough. Mine's going through a Logitech thing, which has inbuilt stuff, but it doesn't have a makeup option. if I had a makeup option, I would use it.
Me too.
Yeah.
I use the snap camera thing. It's free.
Nice.
It's got all sorts of filters on it.
Gotcha.
Honestly, it only has like 2 decent makeup ones. All the other ones are really weird, but
Fair.
you know, it works. I
It
get
does
to be
the
lazy.
job. It does the job. It does the job.
It does. Yeah, but it has a whole bunch of other filters. Like, you can put yourself in like a starry background and stuff, and you can make it black and white. Give
Nice.
yourself crazy like masks and stuff.
Gotcha.
I saved the mustache one because I thought it was funny.
Oh, yeah? Ah, that's fun. I appreciate that.
Can you use that when I use my disguise kit?
That would be amazing.
Hello.
Hello, welcome back.
Welcome back from the break.
Welcome back from the brink of destruction.
Today's topic: what makes a good waifu?
Trick question. There are no...
There are no good waifus. Your waifu is trash.
To deny otherwise is to deny your true self. I regret nothing.
That garbage can you see outside your house, yeah, it has a lot in common with your opinions.
Just like your taste in waifus. It's... Oh, goodness gracious.
Cause I'm trash, you're trash, we're all trash.
Yup. Oh, goodness.
All I'm getting on YouTube Shorts nowadays is One Piece stuff and RuPaul's Drag Race. That's all I see anymore.
Odd, but okay.
Hey, YouTube is like, this is what you like, right?
This is the content you'll choose to consume, correct? One Piece and RuPaul's Drag Race. Those two things are similar, correct?
Correct? There's overlap in these fandoms. Am I wrong?
I mean, you're not wrong.
I'm not wrong. Ha ha! Anime and drag queens, that's what we got.
Specifically
So-
One Piece and drag queens, because there was a
Yeah.
character in One Piece voiced by a particularly famous Japanese drag queen, who played basically a drag queen.
Yeah, exactly. Is Frankenfurter, more or less.
Yeah.
So, Omo, Burke is hell-bent on killing Draco, so if you can financially gain from the death of Draco, go for it.
Go for it. Absolutely. $5.
I will sell Draco's soul for your financial gain.
For my financial
I
gain.
would sell his soul for 1 corn chip. As the old meme goes.
But Burke is also the guy I was talking about that couldn't open an unlocked door, so he's salty, you know?
Yeah,
fair
I figured as much. I mean, you guys had a
25,
hard time trying to open a locked door.
Yeah.
One
But that was a locked
shiny
door,
penny.
but not a unlocked.
Yeah, that was a locked door.
Yeah.
We chopped it down very slowly. We just wanted to see its demise coming.
I was like trying to like put you guys. This is not the place to go. This is not the place to go. This is not the place to go. Yeah, you're just dead set and going. That's why I got it. Cool.
You're a DM,
Yeah.
man. You should know, once players have their heart set on a course of action, that's what they're gonna do.
Oh, I know. Which is why I allowed it to
There
happen.
is a way.
Which is why I allowed it to happen.
Right.
We were chopping to the wee hours of the morning.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Now I can participate in door destruction. I have acid.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
I can't help you chop it down, but I can help disintegrate it.
Nice.
Yeah, no, you take the acid and then the doors of your mind just disintegrate. It's really cool and great.
Is that
No.
Oh, goodness.
That's what your mushrooms are for.
Wrong buttons. There we go. Alright, let's see.
Shrooms, dude.
My solution to the campaign: we find the king, we give him an epic dose of mushrooms, we lead him through like shamans to his realization of his childhood trauma, and then he comes out the other side after 4 to 14 hours, depending on how much I give him, a better person.
So we just take the emperor or king or whatever you want to call him and take him on one hell of an acid trip.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Vision Quest.
I want a
All
souvenir,
of it.
so I call his right leg.
And then when he comes out of it, we just convince him he never had a right leg.
Yeah,
got
it's
the
never
hell
there to
out of
begin
him.
with. As I hold it as like a cane.
I was gonna say, Anger just takes his left arm.
Psychedelics.
It's now his arm.
It was my arm the whole time. He stole it from me.
Oh no, the Emperor is one of your hag mothers. You found out the evil plan.
I would shit bricks. If I walked in there and it was my mom, I'd.
We went to slay the evil queen.
Hi! Bye!
My mom.
Just open the door. Hey! Close the door.
Close that
walk
door.
away.
As I was, got it.
Fuck.
Cool, I'm going this way.
We're completely
Immediately closes door.
Alright. Are we ready to continue the game?
Possibly.
Possibly.
Yeah. I
Maybe.
mean, it was better with Tim in it, but alright.
Tim
No, I
said...
sure do miss.
Tim is gone.
I sure do miss Sal. You know.
Made an excellent venom magnet.
Yeah, apparently. Okay. I was like, I don't want to control more characters. Anyways, so, as you guys see one of the islands kind of collide into one of themselves here, you also see the landmass in front of you start moving as well, and you feel almost like an earthquake beneath your feet there.
Okay, so these these darker areas are not walls, they are void. Okay.
They are a void.
Because I was not looking at it like they were floating islands. I was like, what are you talking about? We're in a cave.
No. They are void.
I get it now. I'm tracking. I am now tracking on what is happening.
Okay. Is this a flower next to me? Or is it a rock?
That is a crystal. It's warm, by the way.
Okay.
At least we won't die of frostbite.
Anyways, so as you guys were entering this area,
like?
do you want to lick it?
No, I don't.
Please don't.
I wouldn't suggest it.
Flower rock. It would probably be a bad idea.
Rock candy.
Which is actually, I believe, that crystal is glowing. You just can't see it because the torch is in the way. So if I put Draco... Hold on. Oops. If I bring Draco over here, you can see it glow. Draco
I
died.
just teleported. Whee! It's got
Right into the void.
Financial gain.
Draco dies.
Draco's dead.
Oh no.
Congrats.
See for the next character.
Oh god.
It's already built. Oh yeah, we're raving. He's having a party to kill Draco. Look, look having a whole ass rave. It's like that kid though. They gotta kill in Warzone. He has pyrotechnics.
Oh my god.
Do it.
Death. Anyways, so let's do this. Who rolled it last time? Angar for the... Okay.
Got a 13.
Gorthon? No. Gorthon is 1.
Okay.
Fear is 2. Draco is 3. Angar is 4.
Okay.
3. Draco.
3.
Go ahead and roll a d20.
20.
$5 foot long, baby.
And a 1.
5. Draco, can you roll a dexterity saving throw as well?
Why, certainly.
Because we got paid enough to have Draco die.
Oof.
Fair.
Oh no!
So,
Our way forward is gone.
Oh!
And we never had a chance to go forward.
as you guys walk into the room, as soon as you saw essentially a land bridge in front of you, the land bridge moves out of the way. You feel
Way to mess it up, Draco.
like almost like the ground is sinking beneath you. Not quite, but it could be. Even right underneath you. And as you watch Draco, he looks forward and then looks down. And then immediately he almost loses his footing completely. And actually, instead of falling down the chasm in front of him, he falls on his ass. Right in front of you.
Oh goodness.
Draco's not dead. But...
Yeah.
All about financial gain.
It is definitely a ever-changing area in front of you.
Oh, this is so scary.
We don't have a way forward anymore. So,
No.
I guess, problem solved! If there's no way for them to get here, then they can't investigate us.
No, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's changing, so...
Sure.
Do that.
Hey, Draco,
like
you
they
also
could
realize that
easily
your
find a way
foot
back.
is also, like, kind of in the ground, too, at the time.
I try to pull my foot out of the ground.
Yeah, good. You're able to successfully, like, pull your foot out of the ground, but you definitely feel like the ground beneath you isn't necessarily stable.
So
We
it's
got
not
to
like
go!
stone. It's like dirt
Okay.
clumps.
Well, yeah.
So that book thing
Wait.
said something about touching crystals at certain times.
Yes, it did. Okay.
So maybe these are the
and-
crystals we're supposed to touch?
I was gonna say I touched the crystal.
In front
I'm
of
standing
you,
next to.
you feel the warmth. You feel the power of the actual crystal itself kind of, like, not engulf you, but, like, it's definitely an awkward feeling. You almost feel like electricity going through your body, like a small, like, you know how you set your hand on a one of the plasma balls, and you feel it all throughout your body. It's the same feeling, like that. Just like the hair is tingling, the hair on the back of your neck is standing up, almost like a ghost walked into you, almost, but not quite.
Oh, spooky!
Not quite the same.
I would like. So I want to kind of like point over towards the one that's like on a floating thing. Do like if I wave my hand towards it, do I feel like more energy from the one on that side?
Yes.
Oh, this feels very strange. 'Cause if you touch this thing, you can feel all of the energy pulsing in this room from all the different things. Anybody else wants to try? Very cool.
Corey's doing the math to see if he could jump the distances.
Yeah, that's what I was looking
Yeah.
at.
Technically speaking, for the 15 feet, because Gorthon has 18 strength, he could relatively easily long jump from platform to platform.
Yes. Not everyone in the party could, though.
Yeah.
Oh, Gorthon, if you want to go to the other island, and we can see if we can link energies.
Which one? This one or this one? This one or this one?
Okay.
Just so we're on the same page. Okay, this one. Okay.
I'm going to... Is there a way to time?
Because, I mean, the one to our left is so close that we could easily jump over there if we had to.
I got a 19 strength, so I'm a strengthy boy.
Yeah.
Draco, roll d20 again.
The game's
You might want
paused,
to back
by the
up a
way.
little bit from the
Don't
ledge.
mess us up.
Also.
You should be
Me
able to roll.
too.
Should be able to roll d20 again. Okay. 9.
9!
Dang.
Which one is this?
Where are we going, Captain?
Oop. Which one are you guys on? You guys are on
5.
5.
5.
Don't go jumping yet.
9.
Don't go chasing waterfalls.
Liable to jump and then it's gonna scene transition and you're gonna jump into a void.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
It is a
I
void.
gotta reload the application. I got kicked out.
I was gonna say,
I voted off
you're
now.
still...
Oh.
Now there's nothing.
I didn't get kicked
Just
off, but it was
void.
slow to load.
Yeah.
Glad you didn't jump now, huh?
Uh, Alright, so I guess,
As
I'm gonna
you're watching the
Go to the
void
ones that
and
are closer.
you're kind of doing the calculations in your head to see if you can make it that far. You look at the island in front of you as it essentially just crumbles in front of you and falls into the void.
Okay, why don't you just try to touch one of the other ones?
alright, I'm gonna go
Okay.
over and try to touch the closest purple one. Hop over this little gap. Do I need to roll anything for that, or am I
No,
good?
that's good. That's like 3
Literally
feet.
a foot.
That's your whole like. Okay, so as you touch the purple one there, you feel almost a connection to Angar over in the other corner there. But you also feel the crystals that are floating in front of you. You feel the void down below. You can kind of feel a
What does
pull,
void feel like?
like a pull, like
Oh, I was gonna say it doesn't.
it feels like a pull into the void.
Oh. Oh, I'm touching this one. Angar's touching the other one.
Gorthon,
Mm-hmm.
I need you to roll a wisdom saving throw.
If you yeet me into the abyss, I swear.
No, you yeet yourself into the abyss.
12.
You feel a pull so tight on your soul towards the cliff in front of you.
Okay.
You're able to successfully just take enough of the pressure off of your head, and you shake your head back into reality and go, what the fuck was that?
So, like, was something compelling me to walk off the edge?
Yes.
Okay. Because I was not sure what you were trying to get at there.
As soon as you touched your hand to the crystal.
Okay, I take my hand off of the purple crystal. Because obviously it wants me to die. Because I don't think it did that to Eingar.
Okay.
Gorthon, did you take your Gorthon, did you touch it and then take your hand off?
Yes, it tried to kill me.
Okay. Wait, what?
It tried to yeet me into the abyss.
Well, I'm not saying definitely touch a different one, but I'm wondering if we all touch one of these, if we're able to manipulate the room.
Well, Gorthon's gonna go touch the other crystal flower.
Okay. This one, again, you feel a connection back to Angar, but this time that void pull isn't there.
Okay, purple bad. Kind of a pinkish red good.
All right.
Gorthon's basically yelling across.
So,
I'm still touching it.
okay.
So, what happens? Do I die?
No.
We get to roll for room.
Is this the end of Gorthon?
This is not the end. However,
it could be.
The end of Gorthon as we know him.
number 4, Angar, please roll d20.
Fine.
Okay.
Lucky number 13 again.
Eight. We're just keeping it single digits.
Let me rearrange everyone to where they were at. Yeah. And activate. Is everyone but Draco. There goes Draco. So
Okay.
Bit too long of a jump for that.
you feel like the room changed and was kind of brought a little bit under control with the touch of the crystals.
Okay.
And Eingar.
Okay, somebody else touch this crystal
Wait.
that I'm at.
Oh, okay. I was gonna see if I could mage hand that other red crystal from this little island.
I can get over to that island.
Okay. I'll touch this one then.
Okay. And I'm just going to...
Ika's just gonna stay out of the way for this one.
Okay. So you're gonna touch it with the
Let me
mage
grab
hand.
my character. What's happening?
No, I was gonna touch the crystal with my mage hand, but Angar insisted he could get there, so I'm just gonna touch this one.
A walk over there. Gonna like doop. Wall.
There's an invisible will.
Yeah. So you want to walk on that?
Yes.
Okay. So you're.
And then
Go ahead.
from right there, I am going to cast Misty Step.
Okay.
I'm gonna bamf myself to right here.
Okay.
3 feet.
So
You might want to be on top of the crystal.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna sit on top of it.
How many Misty Steps do you have per day?
It's a level 1 spell. I can cast it once with my class ability,
Yeah.
and then I can cast it 3 times after that.
Okay. So, as you touch this one, you again feel the warmth and the pull of the other crystals around you. You also now feel pull of the void. I need you to...
So that's the wrong crystal to touch next. Good to know.
Apparently.
I think there might be an order to this.
Yep.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
I need you to roll a wisdom saving throw.
All right.
Ah! Oh no, that's worse than Gorthon's.
As you feel the pull of the void, you stand there at the edge. You look down, and it's just pitch black underneath you. You're staring, feeling a unrelenting urge just to jump. I need you to roll another wisdom saving throw.
Angar? Angar, what are you doing, Angar? Angar, this is not a good idea! Oh no.
As you
Cue sad music.
look over the edge,
Take a long jump.
you just take a single step right into the void. As soon as you step off, you regain control of your body. And understand what just happened. You have a split second to react.
Okay. Bonus action. C-step. For that arrow that I had the rope attached to,
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna shoot it at this one.
That one over there?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and...
A misty step to here, I guess.
Okay.
And up a little bit, so you have more fall time.
Exactly. Mostly up, a little forward. Okay.
We're just all in shocked
So
silence as we watch what this chaos happening. Instead of misstepping back onto the island you were on, you misty step away from it.
So, as you, you're falling and you misty step, you just see a puff of smoke where Angar was, and then you see it kind of, that smoke a little bit like form into kind of a trail behind it into higher area above where he was. It was what, 30 feet ish or 40 feet?
Yeah.
30 feet.
See me dive off, disappear into this like arc rainbow smoke, appear above like Nightcrawler, poof, with my arrow out, shoot down and swing.
Okay. As you are fortunately able to hit the crystal with the arrow, I need you to make an acrobatics check.
I really hope that I'm at the right one.
You can do it.
Just barely.
I'm rolling so low.
You are. You really are. So,
It's so bad.
as you feel the rope go taut above you as you swing down, you're able to use the momentum. And let's see here.
Okay. While this is happening,
And you're
Gorthon is frantically tying a rope around one of his own arrows with his foot on the crystal.
you
I got a plan. A bad plan, but a plan.
hold on. You swing underneath it, and you go up around. You can watch the rocks, and you can see underneath the rocks that they're not solid. They're all held together like magnets, essentially floating above, and you can kind of up above and around, and then land on top of the little island.
And then I crawl up on there.
Okay.
So it's okay, Gorthon. I know what you mean now.
You can do him.
Okay.
Maybe tie yourself to the crystal before.
So it's not a color thing, okay?
Such a good idea. It's not a color thing. I take my 50-foot of hemp rope and I tie myself on there, and then I tie it around the rock, and then I touch the rock.
You know what? To free up for Fear so she can actually do stuff, Eek could probably hold on to what be like the base stone.
Good idea.
Okay.
Okay, what have we learned?
Don't do whatever that was.
Definitely don't.
You gave me a heart attack.
I think we all had one.
Okay. So, as you've now tied yourself to the crystal. It is. You feel again the warmth as you touch it.
Yay.
as you're tying onto there, you don't quite feel the lack thereof of, or the, not lack, but the call of void again.
Oh, thank God. It's a good one.
Alright, so which one's
Okay.
the...
One now.
However,
I don't know if there's an order, or... or there's just ones you don't want to touch.
Should I say
It's
it
kind
was
of
number one
random
again?
though.
I was number one.
okay, Gorthon, please roll a d20.
Make it a good one, bud.
Here we go! 3! This seems to be a table, so maybe lower numbers aren't bad.
Well, at least you're tied to that crystal now, so.
Hey, I was gonna say, can you put me on top of the crystal? I can't move myself.
Hold on.
There we go. There we go.
Everyone's off by a little bit here.
By the gods.
This is good and fine, and everything is okay.
Gordon's just over there praying.
Alright. It's not bad.
Hey! This one is doable.
Okay, okay. I got.
Alright. Alright. Alright.
What?
She's, it's something that's happening, that's for sure.
There's a wall there, so I can't move myself over.
Okay.
Um,
Let me know
but
what you're
I was
trying
gonna
to do.
try to. How far is that gap? That's not big. That's like maybe 5 feet, right?
About
10 foot.
about 10 foot.
I can do that, right? I have,
Maybe.
I have like 0 modifiers to strength, but I mean, 10 feet is still doable.
I don't know. Do a flip?
Ball style.
I would say I will let you do it if you roll an athletics check.
Okay. Oh no.
Alright.
The roll has been made.
Roll's been made.
It goes lower every time.
Okay, let.
Why was it
You're-
so low though?
D&D is.
It's not me
So I
who's doing
don't
that.
know what's rolling.
What was that?
I'm gonna look up jump distance in 5e. Real quick. Because I don't remember the exact rules for it.
It's a number of distance. It's you can jump a number of feet equal to your strength
jumping.
score.
When you make a long jump, you can cover a number of feet up to your strength score if you move at least 10 feet on foot immediately before jumping. This is for long jump. When you make a standing long jump, you can leap only half that distance.
Equal to your strength score?
Okay. So
Equal to your strength score. So
Okay, so my strength score is only 10, so if that's
you
actually
can make
10,
a 10-foot long jump.
but that's like I would have to roll it perfect.
You wouldn't have. I don't think you'd.
that's saying that you are able to make the jump with
Yeah.
just your base modifier.
Yeah, there
At
is
a
a
10 foot.
caveat. This rule assumes that the height of your jump doesn't matter, such as a jump across
Okay.
a stream or a chasm. At your GM's option, you must succeed a DC 10 strength athletics checks to clear a low obstacle no taller than a quarter of the jump's distance, such as a hedge or low wall. Otherwise, you get hit. So
I'm confused. So is it
if you
up
wanted to jump farther,
10?
if you wanted to jump farther than 10, I think you'd have to roll.
And you'd have to take
okay.
a running. You'd have to take a running start to be able to get, which you should be able to make a running start from there.
Yeah. Okay, so I have a 10 modifier, so I could just make it doing a long run.
Yeah. For most of the jump statistics, it's on how far you can jump without having to roll.
Oh, okay. So to make it 10 feet with a running start, I wouldn't have to roll.
Yes.
So the 4 was just extra. Right?
If you were trying to clear
Well, it
an
depends if they're
obstacle-
the same height.
Yeah, if
And at
they
the
are,
GM's discretion.
yeah, if they are close enough
Eat
to
that
the
bitch
same
into the
height, then
void.
yes, but it is his, it is his discretion.
You wanted to go on an adventure, and here it is.
Okay.
Okay. So
We
you're
get literally
successfully able to make it across, but as you grab and you essentially land with your chest on top of the island here, and it is not easy to get up on it because, like I said and I described it, it is not one solid piece. It is multiple miniature solid pieces that are essentially like pebbles all together, and so they kind of fall apart and they're kind of they're essentially like magnetic islands. But you're able to pull yourself up slowly and be able to make yourself onto the island.
Okay. That was more dangerous than I thought it was gonna be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dear Lord.
Okay, I can't pull my spider over here, but I would like my spider with me, please. Thank you.
I wonder if the spider touching one of the gems would count.
I don't know, but I have a more important task for my spider. I have a more important task.
Fair.
So my spider can make webs. Yes, spiders make webs.
Gorthon is still tying that rope
Yeah.
around an arrow for his longbow, just in
Okay.
case it falls off, so he can pin somebody and so they can grab the rope. It'll hurt, but at least you won't die.
Yeah.
How far is this jump right here?
It's a little bit less than 10 feet. So you'd be able to make that
okay.
one.
Okay. I'm gonna have my spider make a web from that crystal where Angar is, and then he'll be on me, and then he's just gonna keep the web going as I jump across, and he's with me.
I'm guessing it's a chain so that the spider can go across?
Yeah, cause what's gonna happen is if I fall and die or these islands disappear, I'm gonna go back into my locket and my spider's just gonna carry me back along that web.
Oh my god.
Safety measures.
Fair, fair. None of us have Featherfall, do we?
No.
Oh,
Let me see.
we are...
And I don't have a Misty Step either.
Oh, yep. We are playing with fire, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness.
Why is there how to deal with a wizard? I don't care about how to... I just want to look at the rules for a damn fucking spider. Like,
How to deal with a wizard.
how to deal with a wizard
Yeah.
who uses a spider familiar. Like,
It's-
no, I
yeah.
just... There isn't dealing with
Because
people,
I mean,
like...
it has like Web Walker and Web Sense, and it has
I was
Spider
gonna
Climb.
say, the web walker just allows it to move across the webbing with without any instruction. Web sense allows it to, like, if it's spun a web, you can, it knows the exact location of another creature within said web. And then spider climb allows it to climb difficult surfaces, including upside down ceilings, or without needing to make an ability check.
But if it can't make webs, then literally, what is the point of those other skills?
But I'm just trying to see, like, the size of it. Like, if it would be
Okay.
strong enough to be able to... No, it would not... It can't even hold your locket. It's got a strength of 2.
Oh, okay. I figured a locket would be pretty light. Alright.
They're light, but, like, think of your spider like the size of, like, your... Like, maybe...
Yeah.
Like a
Like
half
an
dollar.
actual house spider.
Like an actual spider. Imagine just throwing a locket through a spider web.
Even a spider the size of a $50 is pretty big, but I don't think it could carry a metal locket.
I don't think
Okay.
so, too. It was a good idea, but that's what I was trying to look at. But
yeah, honestly, I thought my spider could carry my locket. That's one of the reasons I made it a spider. But okay, that's fine. That's fine.
That being said,
that's fine.
We could also take. You have 50 feet of rope.
Yeah, we'll do that instead.
Tie the rope to your locket.
And the locket to Eek. He's just over in the corner. The safest spot out of all of us.
No, but I have to be able to touch my locket. So I still have to be... Yeah.
That'll do it.
I have to be able to touch it to go into it.
Are you allowed to resummon your familiar at points?
I can, but it takes 10 minutes.
Okay. So we'll do the stuff with that later then.
Okay.
Fudge, this is really ruining my plans here. But yeah, I guess
It was a good
I'll
plan.
tie the rope to my locket and then give it to Angar to hold on to.
I am also wrong. I have no uses of Misty Step left.
Okay.
Okay.
Then it's a good thing I'm prepping the arrow and rope. You might get pinged in the shoulder with an arrow, but it's better than dying.
Okay,
remember, you guys also have
tie me on.
You guys also have the rod, or the movable rod, too.
We do!
Oh shit, Angar, give me that rod.
Ah!
Give me that rod.
Draco is eventually going to need to go and touch something. I can feel it.
I'm gonna tell you that's gonna take a lot of persuasion to talk Draco into touching a crystal.
You can make Draco can jump farther than Gorthon. You'll probably
Yes, but Draco has a bad history with crystals.
That's fair.
Why is my spider rolling?
So his
'cause I had your
character
spider
may
selected.
actually have.
But
His character has
1d4,
PTSD.
number 4 was Angar, right?
Alright!
Wasn't Angar 3?
or-
No, wait. No, he was 4. Never mind.
He was 4.
What?
Who's 4 again?
You have the movable ride, correct?
Yes, I do.
Angar,
Yeah,
you're
you
handing
were
it
up
to.
three, Ash.
You're handing
I
it to.
He's also not leaving his crystal.
Yeah, you're on your
Yeah,
crystal.
just hand it to me.
Oh,
It doesn't mean anything.
What do
It is a table. You are correct. It is a table.
I know.
okay. So it's not necessarily bad for us.
No, all it is just a random.
So I'm tying my rope to this immovable rod and to myself.
Good idea.
The second I get it, I am tying my rope to myself and this rod.
Yeah.
And everything disappears. Click.
Hold on. Oh no.
And I was trying to jump over to that next thing since I can actually make it since it's close enough.
Eek is going to climb up on top of the crystal he's next to, and so is Gorthon. Just in case.
Okay.
It also makes it easier for Gorthon to prepare an action if anybody falls into the void to shoot an arrow at them. Specifically the arrow that has the rope tied to it.
Oh, thank goodness.
Okay. So, Angar and Fear actually moved further away from where they were at.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
at
we
least
are further.
Like you have a clear path to other crystals.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can just walk over there now.
Yep.
With the immovable rod.
And there's
Yep.
a new crystal.
Yeah, there is.
That's close
Okay.
to Draco.
So I'm gonna come over here to this crystal.
Okay.
To which one?
I don't think I can move myself. This one?
I don't think I. You should be able to move yourself.
Okay.
You have to click the square.
Alright, so my rope is like really short to this rod. Like I tied it that way specifically so I don't fall underneath the platforms or anything. And I'm gonna raise up the rod and click it in place before I touch this crystal so that even if my mind goes fuzzy, I can't move.
Okay.
And I'm gonna touch it.
Okay. So as you touch it, you feel the warmth, just like the others have felt. A connection to the ones who are still touching the, Alex in the background. Oh! You feel the warmth, of the connection and, to the other characters. And you can feel, like, them kind of almost like you're touching them specifically. Yet, you don't feel the call of the void this time.
Okay.
We made the right choice.
Then
Made the
I'm
right
gonna
choices.
I'm gonna leave my spider here touching this.
Okay, so that one was third in the order because it was over here-ish earlier.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Or fourth in the order, I should say.
So I'm gonna leave my
Okay.
spider there and then move on to the next crystal and do the same. Click the rod in place before I touch it.
Okay.
I guess now we find out if the spider touching it counts.
Yeah, right?
Find out if it counts, yeah.
As you touch
I
this
mean,
one,
it's touching.
again, you feel the connection and the warmth. However,
Oh no,
I need you to roll wisdom saving.
the call of the void. So that is not the right one in the order. So it's either this one or this one next.
Sorry, which one for wisdom saving?
Just with your wisdom itself,
Oh,
like
okay.
on your character. Yeah.
There it is. Oof.
Hey, you click the buttons.
So, can I also have you roll a survival check on your knots? Cool. So,
Thank goodness.
as you click, and you would click the movable rod, and you feel that call, and you feel your body just kind of take control of itself, and it's moving in the direction, and you can kind of, it's like watching yourself and your body from third person as you start walking towards the ledge closest to you. You look down, and you can feel kind of like the fear going over you, but you feel like an immense just pull. Can you roll another wisdom saving throw?
What? 1 second. Do these count as charms?
Not exactly.
Oh, okay.
As you
Better? Ooh.
as you look down, the fear just takes over you, and you're like, this is not the adventure I wanted. And as you take a deep breath, and as you start leaning forward, your mind snaps back, and you're like, nope, and then you fall backwards, prone on the back.
Okay.
Okay. So our options are either this crystal or this crystal. Because I assume it's not the purple ones that tried to send Gorthon into the abyss earlier. Because there's no way you can actually get back to those ones anyway. Unless Draco touches them.
Alright, well, I can reach the close one with my mage hand, if that'll count.
Yeah. I was measuring that. It is 10 feet.
Yeah,
exactly
so...
to the ledge. So you definitely have to roll. Because you probably have to jump onto the crystal to make it over.
Alright,
And as you're looking at the crystal, you can actually see the crystal, like, the crystal itself is higher than you.
Okay, let's do this.
You try lassoing it.
Guidance, let's guidance myself a little.
All right, solid.
Okay, I'm gonna lock myself in place again, and I'm gonna try to mage hand to see if that does anything.
Okay.
Alright.
What's the distance on mage hand? It should be fine, right? Like, it's just, what?
30
like
feet.
30 feet.
It's a 30
so,
feet, yeah.
As you summon your mage hand and everything, and you send it forward, it slowly moves in front of you, and as you lift up you essentially command it to touch the crystal. It doesn't do anything.
Oh fudge!
Well, that's that question answered.
So,
Why?
Alright.
So I would have to make that jump.
Alright, guidance,
Number 1 is Gorthon. Please roll a d20.
Yep. Rolling a d20.
Luckily, I'm locked in place.
19.
19. That may be good or it may be bad. We'll see.
Who knows?
My life is in your hands, Rope.
Oh, I need to go back to...
At least the spider is safe.
Yay, spider! It's not gonna do a lot of good if I die.
True.
I don't know if the spider counts, because I figure there's probably spiders that live in these... Oh.
That is a
Never
good...
more than a few feet away from a spider. There's probably spiders in these.
Maybe.
Okay.
Well,
So,
you can put your senses
As you're standing
into a
on...
spider, so you might be able to...
Mm-hmm.
As you're
tell.
standing on that island, Fear, you feel the ground just start moving and crumbling underneath your feet.
Oh, fuck. You got no
Lovely.
choice. You gotta go somewhere.
Run back to the crystal! No,
And-
it's fine. It's fine.
You are floating
I was
in
locked in
ether.
place.
Okay.
You're locked in the air, and you are just feet away from the closest island.
Okay.
That formed as the island in front of you kind of crumbled and then formed into this little bit longer pill-shaped island.
Okay. Can I swing back and forth on my rope and try to make it over? Just like unclick it as I swing towards it on one of
Okay.
them?
As you go ahead and make a acrobatics check.
Okay, with guidance. I still have guidance.
That's fine.
So this bulb gem moved back to where it was, right?
Which one?
This one.
Believe so.
I can't see who's.
This one, which was over here,
I
moved
gotta
back to here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm tracking that. Okay. And that's not the next one in the sequence.
Wow! We are rolling
Or it
so
might be.
low.
It might be the next one in the
Right?
sequence. I don't know. Everything keeps moving.
Why
so this
are
is
our
the
rolls
spider
so
one.
bad?
Yeah, there's the spider. The spider's on that one.
Yeah, so this one or this one is bad. One of those two is bad.
This
Okay.
one and this one? Or this one and this one?
This one and this one. The top these
Okay,
these two.
so these are the two we gotta get to.
Yeah.
And,
This one is bad.
yeah.
This one
Fear.
is good.
As you swing with the rope that you've tied to the immovable object, and you go to click it, you click it at just the wrong time.
Okay.
Oh, click it again!
My held
click it again.
action of shooting the arrow goes off. If she's
Okay.
fallen.
She's falling.
Okay, I'm firing. I'm sorry, but you're gonna get an arrow in the shoulder, but you have a rope you can grab.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. It's at, 150 feet. You're proficient in it. Go ahead and roll your attack. 14.
Just 14 feet your armor class.
No.
No.
Quickly, just click the thing.
I said I'm clicking it the second
Okay.
it was bad.
As you fall, it's about 5 feet, and then you feel just the tug as your arm clicks the immovable object, and you feel the tug itself of the of your arm letting loose, and then you fall free fall about 10 feet down until you stop immediately.
Oh, what? Okay.
But
I
wait,
just-
is the rope still attached to me? Because I
hold
did
on.
not give it 10 feet.
No, it's the Xanathar ruling for falling. It's fucking it's gross.
What?
And then
Free fall is 500 feet in one round.
Yep.
so
It's just a dislocated arm is what you're about to get.
go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw for me.
If I'm free falling,
You're not.
can I?
Hold on.
Fall damage is also dependent on how far you fall.
It's not. Hold on.
Here's a con save.
Con save.
No, but I was gonna say I can, as a bonus action, go into my vessel, and then I won't take the damage. And if my vessel gets destroyed, everything inside my vessel just comes outside of my vessel harmlessly.
That's fine. But
Oh.
I'm not. Go to roll the.
Okay, so it's con
con
save.
save.
Got it.
Con save real quick.
Okay.
Okay. You,
What?
as you fall, you feel the tug around your waist immediately stop you, and you fling backwards. In an instant, you feel kind of just your life flash before your eyes, but you stopped. You know you stopped, but it knocked the wind out of you completely.
Okay.
So you're just limply hanging from the rope now.
Okay.
This is why I said hold on for a second, like...
Yeah, Gorthon reels his arrow back in.
So, as Draco sees Fear fall into the void, he kind of snaps out of the panic haze that he's been in.
So as you... where's... I just realized that, we're missing someone on the map.
Who?
We are missing...
And
Uh,
no, everybody's here.
No,
Everyone's here.
Eek.
Eek's
He's in the bottom
Eek's
right.
still
He's
here.
on top of the crystal.
He's
Eek
right.
never left. Eek never moved. He's still there.
Oh, now he's
You
gone.
actually
There's two
deleted
of them,
the
and
one
now
that
No.
was originally
Gone.
there.
I literally just moved him on there and then deleted the one that I moved. So
Okay.
he just didn't get transferred over to the...
He was always there on my screen.
yeah,
Mine
that's
too.
weird.
That's weird.
Okay.
Whatever.
So now there's
Yeah.
two. Okay, there's one of him again. There were two of him for a bit. That was weird.
Yeah, because he actually didn't... He got, I think, ported to the abyss outside of the map.
Oh.
So Draco's gonna come over here and try to jump to this island.
Okay.
Only 10 feet. I have a 19 strength.
Yeah, you're able to make it to that island itself.
Can't move there though.
Yeah.
The walls have gotten me.
Got
And then I'm gonna
breakfast
jump
walls
to
down.
this island.
You should be able to move yourself now. You're outside of the walls
Yep.
themselves. Okay.
All
So,
right, and
It's a
with
20-foot
extreme.
jump. You want to try to make it?
No, it's 15.
Oh, this next one.
Oh, isn't this a crystal that you guys wanted me to try to touch?
No, that was one of the one that I think that's
I think
one of
that
the
was
ones that
the out of sequence ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
So-
There's another path near me.
Yeah, if you just go back.
I'm gonna make
Yeah.
the jump.
And
you have a
There's a
19 strength.
19. So
19, and that's 20 feet.
So
Yeah.
DM ruling, I would say make a check, but it's not my game.
no, I'm saying make a check. Go to make an athletics check, please.
Rage!
Yeah. Okay. So you successfully make it over to that side. Just barely.
How far is her rod off the side?
The rod itself is only probably like 3 feet off the side, maybe a foot and a half, like enough that you could probably reach down and grab the rod, but be willing to take her weight at the same time.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. See if I can pull her up.
Okay. She is not lifeless, but she is like out of it right now because she just. You're
Mostly unconscious.
what is so as you reach over, you are able to essentially grab her rope itself and pull her up hand by hand or hand over hand, slowly enough to kind of like pull her up, and as she gets closer to the edge of the island there, she's able to like kind of wake back up, and she sees you and then grabs towards your hand.
Alright, I'm gonna grab her hand and pull her the rest of the way up.
Thank you. But just in case these islands shift again, you should probably either A, get to a crystal, or B, tie yourself to this rod too.
He says, coughing up bloodly.
I need to buy more rope.
Draco is
We're gonna be
not
doing
gonna
stuff
tie
like
himself
this.
to the rod.
Need to buy a ladder.
I'm gonna recheck my knots and just
I
to make
need, like,
sure that they're nice and tight.
200 feet of rope. That would make everyone's lives a little safer.
So what ones haven't we touched?
You guys touched
30.
This one is fine.
this guy early on, and you guys have touched this one,
This one is danger.
I have not touched this one.
and you guys touched this
and
one,
then we are-
which is what caused the fall or the call of the void for Lithwi.
Hey.
So this one
I
calls...
want to go the whole way to the end.
This one calls the call of the void?
Which
Yeah.
Okay, so we gotta get to this one.
I want to go to this one.
that one up there.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's going for gold. He's like, I'm just gonna go straight to the end.
So that's 10 feet, so I should be able to jump across there without any issues. And I should be able to get there without any issues. Actually, what is the distance? 35 feet there.
There's right here
You
too.
can... possibly-
25 feet to this.
Just for safety's sake, I am rechecking my knots and I am gonna
You
cast.
could potentially make it to this island.
I mean, this one's only 25 feet, so I think I'm just going to try to jump straight across.
I'm gonna guide myself again.
Supposed to try to jump to the one that's closer.
I mean, this is 25
No,
feet
on
too.
the island behind you, there's a spot where it's only 20 feet from this island.
Oh, well,
And then you
it's
could
only
go
5
to the
foot
island
difference.
north of there, and then the island, then the final.
Either way, I got to make a check.
Yeah, but it's a
Yes,
smaller
but,
check,
like-
a lower DC check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The distance of 5 feet in like Olympic level games is absurd.
It's
But
astronomical.
also think of how we've been rolling this entire time.
Hey, how you guys have been rolling? Don't you clump me in with your
Difference
shitty
of
rolls?
inches is ridiculous.
All right, I'm gonna jump to
5
this
feet?
one.
Not from there, from here. It's closer.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yes.
Listen, you can't be scared your whole life.
Hold up.
Can't be scared your whole life.
He's more
So-
than 50 feet away from me, and I don't have enough rope.
Dives into the ocean.
Oh, you just you're doing that shorter jump still. But
Oh yeah, that's 15 feet. I can make that without even having to roll.
no, it's 20 feet.
It's 20 feet.
From where you're at
Range before
to the
you do
very
that and
edge
get
of
advantage.
even at pretty much like everywhere there. However,
I want to stand on the very edge.
If you rage, advantage.
Yeah, if he's raging, he does have advantage. And Fear gave him guidance.
Fear did give him guidance. Go ahead and roll your D4 first.
Okay. Bringing you up to 13.
I would say that you're able to make it. But again, just like Fear earlier, you landed with your chest on the side of the island there. But you're luckily able to pull yourself up on top of it and get yourself
It was only one extra foot than what I could jump.
Gorthon is like coming to the realization that he's too far away from everybody for his rope idea to work. Because he's only got 50 feet of rope on him.
50 feet of rope.
Yeah.
So, that's fine. But
he can't leave because that might screw everything up for
I
the
mean,
rest
technically,
of
I can make it the rest of the way without even
you're
15
good.
feet. 15 feet. Alright, I'm gonna go over here, which I can't because there's a wall.
This second guidance is my guidance for me in case anything happens if he touches something.
Fair enough.
I'm very hesitantly
There's
gonna touch this crystal.
Here, that's blocking my line of sight.
It's okay. He made it.
Okay. Is Fear she's not touching the crystal, but she is. By the way, Flint Sky 07 to say
My spider is touching, and I can feel things through my spider.
You can feel things through the spider. You are on the island right now. You are tied in place, correct?
Tied in place, pull in place, and I rechecked my knots, and I cast guidance on myself. I'm ready.
Alright. So you're touching that.
Well,
as you touch it,
on it.
Yeah. As you're touching it, you feel the connection to everyone else around you. You feel.
I've never wanted to be able to...
What'd you say?
I've never wanted to be able to cast telekinesis more than in this moment.
I mean, you have ascending stone.
Yeah, but that doesn't.
It's not telekinesis.
Yeah, I can't levitate people with my mind with ascending stone.
You can talk to me.
Yeah.
I really should have taken the 10 minutes at the start and made my familiar an owl. This would have made this so much easier.
Yeah.
So as you feel the connection to the rest of the party here, you don't feel the call of the void, you just feel the warmth of the crystal.
Oh my god, so the farthest away crystal that I couldn't even see before was the right option.
Yeah.
It was an option. We don't know if it was the right one or not.
There may be more crystals we have to push. This may be it. Who knows? That's me.
Don't even know.
Fear, you're up.
It's Fear.
Time to roll D20, Fear. You could get lucky and it just...
I have my own music playing underneath the game.
20 doesn't mean automatic.
I know.
But why do I have to use my 20 now?
I've used 3 20s on acrobatic checks today. I don't want to hear it.
Great.
I haven't rolled a single nat 20 in a combat in this entire 13 series or episode campaign, and I rolled 3 today on acrobatic checks.
Where was the 20 when I was dying?
Oh, good God. You're too far away, I can't. I should have cast Enhance Ability on somebody. I have that spell.
You have it?
That's a spell I can cast. It's one of my second levels that I got from a Glory Paladin.
So, Fear. Again.
What?
You feel it. The island fall beneath you. and it
Of course
crumbles.
does.
Go into your necklace. Just tie the necklace off and go into the necklace.
Oh, hold on.
I can
As-
only go in the necklace once a day, and there's not really much I can do once
There's
I'm in
2
there.
weeks again. There's 2 weeks.
Okay. Where's the second eek?
After you moved to that
Uh,
eek, he disappeared. And I
Weird.
can't control that eek. No, wait, I can control that eek. Never mind.
As I was!
Okay.
So, this time the rope was shorter, and your fall was much less. You didn't... And you're between 2 islands that are both about 3 feet from each side from you. Maybe 2 feet from each side of you.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Splits. Do the splits.
I can't even see fear anymore. She's gone. It's dark.
But, like, do we all just need to get over to the other side? Or is there more crystals? Or can I just wait for help?
I don't know.
These are questions that need
I don't know
answers.
how this works!
It seems like your only realistic option for crystals to touch that you could actually get to, because I'm thinking that you're still in this approximate area,
Yeah.
is this one.
That was a bad one.
Yeah, but you
Come on.
can't reach these 2.
I'd rather just not touch one.
Go to where your spider
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, I'll go to my spider.
Then we can we'll take 10 minutes, turn the spider into an owl, and it'll go somewhere. Just sit
Right.
on top of the crystal.
Okay.
Right?
Eek and Gorthon are the only ones who are safe. Somehow.
Oh, we're okay.
Alright, let's go to where my spider is.
Okay. I'm going to still have you roll just an acrobatics check to see if you can easily get to one of those islands in front of you. Okay. Much easier.
Oh.
So as you you get off of you swing a little bit further and you release, learning from the last time you did it.
It's significant organ damage.
Yeah.
Right? My kidneys are still hurting.
However, as you
land
touch
perfectly fine, but you're like, oh!
as you touch the crystal in front of you, you feel again the connection to the rest of those around you. And everything shakes. The whole chasm
Okay, so the
just
spider
shakes.
didn't count.
Okay, fair enough.
And as you feel everything just kind of go black for a minute. Which one of these is it?
Well, at least we know.
Yeah.
The spider didn't count.
No, not that one.
Future reference.
Well, you never know.
Yeah, it was worth a shot. Honestly, it was worth a shot.
Gotta find the right one. Where's it at? Nope, that's the danger one.
One shot. The
That's
danger one.
Danger.
I
Yeah.
don't like the sound of the
Sure,
danger
what?
one.
Where is it?
I take my hand off the crystal. Can we visit the danger one?
No!
Go to the danger.
Don't you dare!
I just want to make sure that you have the opportunity to use all the stuff that you build.
Danger zone.
Oh, I'm okay not using all of these ones. There's literally fucking 20 of them.
Oh god.
What? One of them was just everything is a void except for the rocks.
The front
Yeah.
2 areas in the gem.
Where'd it go?
No, the danger one was even
There it is.
the areas in front and back were gone too. Just crystals.
It's only crystals, everyone falls.
Everyone dies. Platforms fall, everyone dies. Oh god. This is a stressful puzzle.
Did you guys have fun with it though?
This is an interesting puzzle. I do have some gripes with the fact that in order to complete the puzzle, one of us literally had to get to the other side of the chasm.
Oh, let me say something. You didn't have to get to the other side of the chasm.
What?
You just had to touch them in a certain order. And it didn't necessarily have to be a specific crystal. You just
So it was a person order?
No.
But I touched this one before I left my spider here.
No. Oh, hold on. It wasn't a person order. It was just the ones you were there is a certain order, but it wasn't. You have to touch the one at the very north one. That just happened to be one of the good ones.
So there was
multiple good ones.
Multiple bad ones.
Multiple bad ones.
And you just had to touch all the. You just had to touch good ones.
A good one.
And I'm just gonna say that if you guys would have asked, if somebody would have actually spoke directly to Draco, he would have helped a lot sooner.
Oh.
But you get a general idea that Draco doesn't like these crystals and doesn't. He has a history with them.
I don't like these crystals anymore either.
As you guys, I'm gonna move you over here, Gorthon, just to make sure that you still have.
This is the danger one.
Yeah, they're all dead. I'm the only one alive. Party.
Oh, I guess me and Eek also survived.
So, as you guys,
I guess we have to cross the rainbow.
Yeah. As you guys feel like the whole cavern shake and everything just goes dark. Even your dark vision doesn't work at a certain point. There's a light that emanates from beneath the chasm, and you see just an almost ethereal bridge that doesn't look solid. And Angar, you get transported near the bridge and onto the bridge immediately. Like your eyes close essentially, and then you wake up like 30 feet away from where you were at. Standing.
Oh.
And then I think the only people who didn't really like move were the people who were on the edges, and then same thing with Fear.
I'm a-coming. I assume since they weren't falling into the abyss while standing on this, it was safe.
Yeah, you just saw them. You looked over there and were like, "Oh, are they doing that?"
Well, this rainbow bridge is either an illusion or it's real. Either way, all my friends are over there, and that's the only way I can see. It was very much "fuck it, this is the only way" moment. Oh my goodness. Stupid magic bullshit.
And so, that was just the first puzzle.
Oh god.
Alright, so as you guys get to the edge of the rainbow bridge, the colorful
trapped?
bridge.
I'm trapped.
You're trapped. There you go.
He's trapped behind a wall.
Here we go.
You're safe now.
Hashtag wall gang.
Hey!
So as
That's
you
a bunch of
you guys reach the end of it,
bones.
all of your hearts are racing to the point where you don't know what to trust anymore. Like, this area is so infused with, like, arcane radiation almost, that it's not... It very much reminds Angar of the Feywilds.
Yeah!
Like, it's bleeding over almost.
Yeah, I'm not okay. I'm not okay with this. This is
Gorthon, for the
so
moment
terrible.
that Fear almost died, Gorthon walks up to her, puts both hands on her shoulders just to like confirm that she's there and not a ghost or something. And just
a tiny bit shell talk to myself.
Huge sigh of relief. That was terrifying.
All right, don't stand
really
around.
loud.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Don't stand around too long. We
Let
have
it
to
go.
go.
And then push forward.
Okay. So, as you guys travel further and past this area that felt like falling rocks, falling.
Gorthon also does that to Eingar because he gave me a heart attack.
Gorthon, we don't have time for this. Come on.
Don't do that ever again.
Keep your wits and your minds about you. Focus only on what's in front of you, and don't let anything else get by you.
Oh. We're pushing forward.
Okay, as
There are
Gorthon.
bones in the dirt.
I will lead the way.
And by the way, underneath you, as you get to the other side, you just see like a trail of bones in front of you, or like heading in one direction.
Don't look down. Don't
Great.
pay attention to the crunching sounds. If I don't look at them, it's popcorn.
Excuse me. It
This
becomes.
seems safe.
Dear Lord, what a
Everybody
ghost.
stay
It
behind
gets
me,
darker
follow me.
and darker again. Away from the lights of the crystals, away from the lights of the rest of the caves. And you come across a dark alleyway almost. Or not alleyway, but a tunnel. Natural cavern. No more crystals right now that you can see, and it's just... Let's go to this here for a minute, so it's not confusing you guys with where you're at. As
The song
you-
I Can't Decide Whether You Should Live or Die was playing on my computer during most of that. And I was like, very fitting for the DM right now. Anyway, sorry I interrupted. Keep going.
You're right. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that, but I was like, oh fuck.
So much stress.
I did it right, yes. Anyways,
Did we have to keep touching the crystals the whole time?
yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, you did.
Okay.
At least we did that right.
Yeah.
So as you end up walking further into this dark tunnel, only the light of the torch that Draco is carrying is kind of lighting everything up.
Draco, put out your torch.
Nope.
Draco, put out your torch. This is not the place to have light in. Tie off on somebody if you can't see.
Draco disagrees, not putting out his torch.
And not getting ambushed because you can't see.
I'm not getting ambushed because I can't see.
Do not risk every look. I can light something if something comes around, but don't put everyone else's life at risk so that you can see.
Draco continues to carry his torch.
Okay. So as you guys continue down the hallway, Draco keeps walking, and
Use my decanter of endless water to put out his torch.
Guys, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think having the torch lit it matters that much in this moment, or lit or not lit. I don't think we're gonna get ambushed by things that can see. If anything, having the torch out would be better for us if we're getting hunted by stuff that can see in the dark.
So as you guys keep going, it feels almost like a magic dark. You guys cross another narrow pathway that ends up opening up to a large cavern around you. Not many dangers around you, but you can kind of see some of the crystals in the background. You can kind of see some mushrooms growing the distance as well. But this cavern's lit up a little bit more from underneath. Like, as you look down, you can almost kind of see, like, daylight coming in from underneath the cavern. Like, there's an opening that's completely open to whatever is underneath the continent that you're in. And you keep walking and walking until you reach something that looks more and more man-made. it looks almost ancient in some ways too. You realize the labyrinth that the notes that you read weren't necessarily figurative, but more literal.
Mm-hmm.
As you guys walk into the man-made area, you realize that these are hallways in front of you. Hold on. Spader. Fear. And Angar. You see bodies rotting on the floor underneath you. You see a statue to your left that was built possibly by either an older civilization or something to show possibly like a hero or something along those lines that might have been in that area of the time being, or at the time of whatever you're in that was built. And the halls just seem to go on. And you come to a fork with some well-lit areas that have some torches, and you see a hallway to your right and a hallway right in front of you. The hallway right in front of you, you can kind of see a little bit further. It looks like it ends. You can't quite see anything past that point, other than just a dead end. To your right, you see a lit torch, but not much else behind that. You don't know what goes around the corner of the hallway to your right, or what happens, or what happens behind that corner to the right. What do you guys want to do?
So, looking at the map, it looks like there's a hole in the wall over here.
Is there?
Like another hallway? Yeah. Or at least from what I can see.
You can check it out.
So, if it's alright with everybody else, I'm gonna go investigate this longer hallway. You don't have to follow if you don't want to.
Oh, can I get my spider?
It's out.
Oh, there it is.
Right there.
Can I look at this statue?
Oh, it looks like there should be a hole in the wall there, but there isn't. It just goes into darkness. But you see where I mean, right?
I see what you mean, but is there a hole there?
Oh,
And
it's a wall.
to you, it looks just like a wall.
A push on it.
Nothing.
Fair
It is
enough.
solid.
Alright. Oh, this was pointless.
I got a 17 on looking at the statue.
Okay. What did you roll? Investigate or?
Investigation?
Okay. As you look at it,
Yeah. You want me to roll something else?
no, you're good. As you're looking at it, you can kind of see that it's not a human. It is definitely either a shorter person. You can't quite make out the racial features of either like a dwarf or a Duragar, or maybe even A dark gnome.
Rock, like a deep gnome?
Deep gnome, there we go. That's what I meant. But it is definitely a shorter person of that, and you can kind of tell that it was crafted with care, but a long time ago. There doesn't seem anything to be off about it, other than that there's bodies strewn around it that were once alive and now they're dead.
Okay. Does it look like the bodies have been here for a while?
Yes.
Okay.
It is now roughly what feels like it could be late day for you guys, but you don't know because you've been underground with no sunlight at all.
Oh.
Okay.
As you guys enter the room off to the right, you see crystals, except there's something that's off about them.
Is it because they're not shiny?
Yeah.
They're not glowy.
Alright. Maybe if they touch a glowy crystal, they'll be fixed.
Mhm.
I can try to pull out my crystal with my mage hand and touch them if you want.
We saw the notes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there anything about the notes that, like, do these crystals look like any of the things in the notes?
You look at the notes and you, again, kind of like scientific readings and stuff like that, or not readings, but like studies and stuff with the crystals. In a sense of science, but like wizard science, right? As you're looking at it, it's definitely, there doesn't seem to be much about them, other than the crystals that once glowed no longer glow. However, it just kind of trails off to that. They talk about the labyrinth, and you realize that the labyrinth again was less of a figure of speech and more a literal sense.
Do we want to try touching one of these crystals with the charged one?
Draco just bolted. If I do, I strongly suggest that nobody else be around just in case.
Yeah. Stands all the way back.
Yep. I'm gonna stand as far back as possible too.
Okay. So, you're gonna take Mage Hand and touch a crystal with it, right?
Yep. I'm gonna touch the closest
Look.
blue crystal.
Okay.
If it explodes, go into your necklace and
Go into
I
the
will
necklace.
dive in the opposite direction.
Okay. As you take out the crystal, the Mage Hand, and the Mage Hand slowly carries the crystal towards the larger ones. It finally gets there and touches it. While you can kind of see the glow from the charged crystal itself, you don't actually have, or it doesn't actually like look like it's charging the other crystals at all. The Mage Hand itself slightly brushes one of the crystals, and it slightly lights up for a second. But the crystal
Okay.
itself that you had didn't seem to have any effect.
Okay. I'm gonna put the crystal back in my vessel.
Okay.
Same thing. If anything happens, I'm going immediately into my my vessel. But I'm gonna touch it.
Which one are you touching?
Let's do the blue one.
Okay.
Wait,
I'm gonna touch it and then immediately
wait,
go into
wait.
What?
Got this.
I just had a thought. You know,
I
see the corpse next to the other crystals?
Huh?
What if he touched the crystals and got his life drained out?
Touch it with your mage hand again.
Okay, I'm gonna touch the crystal with just my mage hand.
Would Draco have any knowledge about powering or recharging crystals?
You would probably have some type of knowledge about it, but not necessarily direct knowledge itself, because you've never really partook in any of the charging of a crystal. Just you know that they have a lot of power within them, but and you don't know really like why there's different colors. Most of the ones you've seen around you were either blue or green. You haven't seen many of the purple ones or red ones or yellow or any of the other like color spectrums. But you would know that it takes a lot for a crystal to lose power. Like those crystals that are charging the towns and such for long periods of time do for centuries. Do so for centuries. It isn't really necessarily... You can kind of tell that they may not be out of power, but there is definitely something that needs to happen about these crystals in front of you.
What school of magic is Mage Hand?
Is what?
Mage Hand.
Mage Hand? Isn't that...
Evocation or abjuration? Conjuration.
Excellent question.
Yeah, I think it's conjuration. It doesn't say. Maybe the... Hold on, let me...
Conjuration.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Then... Okay, then the one that lit up when she got near it with Mage Hand, I'm going to cast Conjure Bonfire near it.
Okay, go ahead. As you conjure the bonfire, the only thing it really does is really kind of light up the area around it. And it doesn't really provide much information about it, other than it just is brighter now. Like, it's lit up now from kind of like underneath.
I was just like, I was trying to conjure it, see if any of the crystals reacted to the production of magic.
Yeah, no, nothing that you could see.
Okay.
Alright, let's try to touch them all with my mage hand and see what happens.
Okay. So, as the mage hand is sitting there, kind of just... It starts floating forward a little bit, and as you touch the blue one, and it lights up just enough to kind of see that maybe it's not the go ahead and make an Arcana check real quick. Okay, so Fear and Angar watching closely behind. You kind of put two and two together that maybe it's not necessarily the magic that is allowing it to glow for a moment, but maybe it's the actual physical touch.
So I should touch it.
Yes.
Thanks for following JD Daddy. JD Daddy. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Going to die.
Welcome.
You're about to witness our spectacular death.
There's
My
one
very
dead
first
body
adventure and I
here.
die.
Okay. Are you?
Don't touch the one with the dead body next to it.
But that's the blue one. That's the one that was glowing when I touched it with the mage hand.
It's trying to lure you in.
Do we want to do this or do we want to try something else? Because the other way was a dead end.
Go ahead.
Maybe it wasn't a dead end and I'm just dumb? I don't know.
Should we recheck the dead end before we maybe kill ourselves?
There's probably a good idea.
I'll go check, yeah. Love to go check.
Maybe someone who actually has a score in investigating things should look in there.
+3.
Yeah, I will investigate.
Okay. You. As you're looking at that area that might be a little bit off-putting or might be, you don't really see much around it. You just see mostly a dead end. It's, nothing really seems off about it.
I would also like to investigate.
Go ahead. Draco, for you, while nothing seems terribly off, I would say you could feel a little bit of, like, air coming from one direction that you can kind of feel.
Alright, I'm gonna share that information with the group.
Alex, you didn't hear that, but Draco was able to
It's
feel.
11 o'clock, I gotta go.
Okay, you gotta. Okay, that's fine. We'll continue on a little bit, and then we'll catch you up here.
Okay.
But I think we'll probably have to call it here soon, anyway. So.
Yeah, we have been going a minute.
But, anyways, so you can kind of feel the air move a little bit around there, but you can't quite pinpoint the location of the air.
Anybody got suggestions?
Well, there's airflow coming from somewhere.
So there's a hole or a secret or
If we can pinpoint
Magic.
the airflow, we could try and, like, I don't know, pry open wherever the air's coming from, or, I don't know, break a hole, make a hole bigger? I don't know. I'm more of a point me at a problem and I break it kind of guy.
Well, if there's like dust or like something on the ground, we could like gather up a bunch of dust and then put it up in the air and see where the air is coming from or flowing to. Because you would see it.
Here's a question. To the DM, would flour be considered part of our rations?
I would say that Anger probably has a little bit of flour on him to as a cook or something.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably good.
So we could throw a little bit of flour in the air and see where the air is coming from or going to, because you could see the flour in the air.
Yeah.
Hold on, we gotta fix the cameras because Alex left, and that means that. Here, let's see if I do
anarchy. Camera anarchy.
this. Let's see if I do.
I'm partially Alex and partially homo.
Oh god, we're all dead.
I am both Draco and Gorthon now.
Double the power and strength.
Surprise! I'm leading this now.
Oh, that
You
was
know how-
fixed it.
You now have like a 38 strength.
Unlimited power. Right. Hmm. Hmm. The dust and the flowers, a good idea. Hmm.
When you pushed on the wall before where you thought it was Gorthon, it did
Mhm.
not move.
Okay. So maybe it's a pull.
But how do you pull on a wall with nothing to pull? It's just a wall.
That's a good
Draco just put his hand on the wall and just walk down it. Let's see if anything happens. Starting at the very end.
Yeah, put your
the
hand on it,
bottom
apply
side.
pressure.
Yeah, I'm just gonna push and walk as I walk.
Yeah.
So,
If you are going to roll investigation for that, Gorthon will help by trying to look for seams in the stone. So if you're rolling advantage,
I really don't want to almost kill myself on a crystal, so if we could find this door, that'd be great.
yeah. I prefer not to have anyone's life essence sucked out. If that's what happens.
It depends on what Omo tells me.
True.
you're rolling again?
Do I need to roll another investigation?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was helping to give you advantage.
Yeah, go to
Oh,
roll
yeah.
advantage there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Either way.
yeah. So, unfortunately, you're not able to find the seams of itself, but you do know that there's probably a hidden door around you, that is, activated by some way or another.
Noted. I wonder if
We're
it's
gonna have to
activated
touch
by the
this crystal.
crystals.
Oh. Alright.
Okay.
No time like the
Alright,
president.
let one of the beefy boys do it.
Wait.
Draco's not doing it. He's in the corner.
Wait. What's the biggest thing I can turn this spider into?
Probably like an octopus or a cat.
Or an owl, or a...
An owl? Alright, let's turn this thing into an owl. Give me 10 minutes, guys. I'm
Alright.
gonna turn it into an owl and then I'm gonna throw it at the crystal.
As you are sitting there, I'm going to throw it at the crystal. As you are sitting there, and you have your spider in front of you, you start to see. You sit down, kind of cross-legged. You're holding your locket in front of on your chest there, with your eyes closed, and you start whispering the incantation to be able to essentially summon familiar again, or find familiar. As you're casting it as a ritual here, you're able to kind of start seeing the shape of the spider kind of like deform and mutate into a different shape it altogether, and it ends up turning into an owl. And depending on how you want the owl to look, it's whatever you want to describe it as. Any kind of the owl that is not an owl bear.
We talking great horned owl, barn owl, tawny
Let's go with the barn owl.
Alright.
Just a barn owl.
Alright.
Ow. Alright. Ill. And you see a white owl just kind of appear in front of you. A flat face with almost a heart shape around it, and you have a little barn owl in front of you. I'm going to give you that instead of the spider here. Give me one moment. You should have control over it, and the spider's gone. Okay. The owl is...
I can't move it.
No?
Oh no.
Oh,
It's not mine.
Hold on. Let me move it over here. Maybe you can move it then.
Nope.
Oh, of course, it didn't save the changes. Oh, nerd. Save changes. What?
There we go.
Panic?
Yeah, don't look there. Don't look at the stream. Don't do that. It jumped to some
Okay.
random monster. I was like, no!
All right, Mr. Owl.
Well,
Okay. Are you gonna watch it, or are you gonna just hide behind the corner?
control it.
I'm gonna hide behind the corner.
Trade senses with it for a bit.
Yeah, trade senses with it.
Gorthon will watch your body.
Gonna drive it into the.
So you're in the same position that you were watching from before, or that you were summoning the owl, kind of like sitting there, kind of focusing to yourself, and your body just kind of goes stiff, and your vision zooms into the owl's eyes, and your hearing gets... You can kind of hear now the flicker of the flames of the torches around you. You can kind of see a little bit further, and it's all black and white, and you kind of it's like zoomed in and kind of weird looking on top of that. The flame that Alex has finally Angar had summoned is no longer lit. It's kind of dissipated by now, and you're going into not necessarily a dark room, but like the room with the crystals in it. As you see the owl just kind of fly around the corner and then through into the room.
All right. Well, I have 120 feet dark vision in this owl, so the light being gone doesn't matter to me. All right. Here comes nothing. Touch it.
Okay, as the owl lands on it, no life is taken from the owl.
Oh, thank
However,
God.
the crystal itself lights up, and you can kind of hear the clicking of a little bit more around in the background. As things kind of move into place, but yet you can kind of see down the hallway right now, Gorthon and the rest of the party, that nothing has really changed that you can visibly see yet.
No. This is another where we had to touch all the crystals puzzle.
The blue crystal is still shining,
Alright.
even as the owl took off
Alright.
from it.
Green or pink? Green or pink? Green.
Green is
As
a good color.
as the owl lands on the green, you can kind of hear everything kind of shift back into position that it was probably just in. However, the green is lit up and flashing, and the blue is lit up and flashing right now. And you can kind of hear boom. Not flashing, but like
Okay.
pulsing.
Go back onto blue.
As the owl goes back on the blue turns dark again, and there is nothing happens.
Okay. Back on the green. Let's turn that one off.
Okay. As you turn the green one off, nothing happens other than the green one just
Okay.
turns off.
Back on the blue.
on the blue, you can hear again the same sounds you just heard a minute ago, but as things kind of click back into place, to.
Pink.
But all right, pink. That clicking continues, and it goes. But again, the door where you think it is isn't open yet.
Now green.
And with that, you hear a big boom. And with that, behind you,
Ah.
the door shuts,
Oh shit.
and the door in front of you, at the end of the hallway, opens.
Well, no going back now.
Yep, looks like.
Only one way, and that's forward.
All right, and with that, I think we're gonna call it,
Yeah.
because
It's a
I don't
good
want to.
spot.
I don't want to continue without Alex. I just wanted you guys to finish the first puzzle
Yeah.
I feel that.
there.
All right, stream.
Yeah,
Thanks for sticking around.
yeah,
We
and
did things.
more puzzles,
Nope.
more fun. It was definitely a difference in just undead in front of you. More,
True.
I liked that. That was fun. Took a lot of preparation though.
No,
Yeah.
no financial gain from the death of Draco.
That's all right. That's all right. I'm not trying to gain by essentially killing off my players.
Right.
It's supposed to be fun for them more than everything else. All right, let's see here.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun. I mean, it wasn't just fighting or just RP. It was puzzles were fun.
Yeah.
Stressful as hell, but fun.
Very stressful. Very stressful.
That was the point,
And
though.
now I'm really, really mad at myself because I forgot I had the spell Gaseous Form, which allows me to fly around for like an hour. So I could have saved myself with that, and I forgot I even had it.
That's all right. You know, for next time, if there's anything
Right.
else like that. Let's find someone to raid. If I can pull up. There it is. There's the stream.
I'm keeping this dice color, by the way. I had pretty good rolls all day.
We had great rolls at the start, and then like everybody just went to heck.
Yeah.
I had great rolls all night. You guys had shitty rolls.
Yeah, we had a lot of bad rolls. Good combat rolls for the most part, just not much beyond that.
Yeah.
I think I succeeded at everything except for 2 attacks. Which is very rare for me. I usually have the opposite luck. I usually succeed at 2 attacks.
I was like fairly certain that I had just gotten rid of Lithway just to have to bring her back next time.
Oh, goodness gracious. I didn't know I had basically pigeonholed myself there at the beginning to be so far away from being able to help anybody.
Yeah.
So I just had to kind of watch you guys almost die for 30 minutes, for like an hour. That was harrowing.
Let's see. Is there someone to keep raiding that is usually they're playing right now too, it seems like. But let's see if there's anyone else that we let's go raid one of my old friends that I used to play World of Warcraft with. And she's playing World of Warcraft right now. Do you still play World of Warcraft? You don't play WoW anymore, do you, John?
Hell no. Ain't no way I'm going back and playing the same content that's been out for a year now.
That's fair.
But yeah, we're gonna go raid her. She's playing right now, and
She's probably doing Choreghast.
no, she's doing PvP. She pretty much only does PvP anymore, I think, anyways, so we'll go over there.
Makes sense. That's about all there is to do.
I would say if anything happens to Gorthon, I'd make a character with actual mental stats, but my backup is not that. It's just a different flavor of paladin right now.
Yeah.
My backup's a druid.
Nice.
My backup is Lithwing.
Yeah.
Fair.
I got a starry
Don't bring that
druid
bitch back.
that shoots the pew pews.
Yeah.
I don't think she's got her mic on, but that's okay.
Yeah. Above game, I've properly put together my backup character. He is technically a skeleton man who is a Oath of Ancients paladin. He is the Lorax. He speaks for the trees, and the trees want the Emperor's knees. Yeah.
The trees want the Emperor's knees.
Yep. He's burned down a few towns. That's probably led to more than one forest fire.
Yeah, she seems like she's like doesn't have her mic on right now.
All right. Good game, everybody.